One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
Is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Monday edition, the afternoon edition. We also have the night edition coming up tonight. Got a whole bunch of news to jump into. I mean, just a whole bunch. I even have some breaking news, but I have to discuss something that's been really important. It's come to my attention. Even more important than Biden. All kinds of importance. I understand right now there's something going on in our chat, and it's called shirtgate, where there's been a number of people talking like, why does Barry wear the same shirt every day? So let's just take 30 seconds or so and end everything we have to know about shirtgate. And you can tell other people if they start asking questions, why does Barry wear the same shirt every day? There's two reasons. First reason, and this is a scientific reason I chose. It's because I have been a long-time follower, subscriber of Steve Jobs. In case you guys don't know, here's what Steve Jobs said about clothing. Steve Jobs famously wore the same black turtleneck, blue jeans, and New Balance sneakers every single day. A choice driven by a desire to reduce decision fatigue and focus on more important tasks. He wanted to minimize daily decisions, believing that would allow him to allocate more mental energy to his work and his innovative pursuits. I can only hope to be a fraction as successful as Steve Jobs was, but in that instance, I understood what he said, and I'm like, of all the things I have to worry about, all the lights, all the switches, everything else, the dog barking, everything happening, the one thing I don't ever want to worry about is what shirt am I going to wear. So the wife and I went out and we picked out what we wanted, and she picked out this shirt, so we ordered 10 of them, and I used them on a rotation. So that's why you see this shirt with the blue collar on just about every single video. Now that we've put that to rest, the second reason why I do that is because sometimes I cut into other videos. So to make them as seamless as possible, so it doesn't look like, hey, are we live? Is this recorded? I have the same shirt. That being said, and everybody can now realize you've come to the end. You now know what is going on with the white and blue shirt. There's nothing else to know. That is it. I don't want to have to think about what I'm going to wear when I get in camera. I go to the closet, I reach for the hanger, I pick the cleanest one, boom, it goes on, I turn on. That's it. Steve Jobs. Blame him. Don't blame me. Sorry about that. That being said, people, welcome to the show, and I got something for you.
Breaking news into the Fanfare newsfeed.
Oh, and it's a big one. It's a big one. As of, a couple of minutes ago, SV just said this to me. The Supreme Court, the flip-flopping Supreme Court, has given Trump the green light to begin the process of deporting 500,000, I hate using the word migrants, given legal status by the now soon, well, I won't say it, Joe Biden. This removes a block by an activist district judge, start up the deportation planes. Bring them on in. Bring them in. This is huge. On top of everything else that the liberals have to cry about today, this is something they're really going to have to cry about. Start them up. Let's go. And now I haven't seen the actual decision. This was posted at 12:50. And if SB finds the actual decision with the voting and we know what's going on, we'll go ahead and get that up to you. But as of right now, from what we're reading, and I've got two different sources, also see it here on Town Hall. Breaking news, SCOTUS just lifted an injunction that was preventing the Trump administration from stripping the legal status of hundreds of thousands of migrants who benefited from Joe Biden's corrupt parole program. Bye! See ya! Tom Homan's coming for you. Oh yeah, he's coming for you, for sure. All right, so let's get into the actual show. As we get more information about that, I am sure that I will hear it from SV. I'm seeing, oh, wait a minute. Looks like, all right, I do have some more information from you. Ketanji Brown Jackson was the only Supreme Court justice to rule against Trump in today's alien parole decision. It was 8-1. All right, so you need to get the hell out. The clock is ticking on Ketanji Brown Jackson. We're coming for you. President Trump's coming for you. Understand your tenure on the Supreme Court is going to be, we have to determine that. I'll get to that later on in the show, but it was an 8-1 overwhelming decision to get him out. Liberals, you can't cry. 8-1. That means even Sotomayor, Kagan, they all jumped on it and said, get him out. It's a glorious day. Glorious way to start a Monday, isn't it? Just fantastic. Get a hanky for your liberal friends and family members, because this is going to be glorious. So I did a poll before we started here because I had to go to the doctor this morning, and so I did not have a chance to cover Caroline Leavitt's press conference. But with the magic of editing and technology, I have it here, and overwhelmingly 55% of people said they didn't see it. Another 11% said they saw it, but they like some insight. So 66% of those who've responded from 2,500 votes tell me I need to show it and let's talk about it, which I am going to do. If the audience says do it, the community says this is what we want, cardinal rule of marketing is give the people what they want. All right, so we're going to jump into this. And one of the things you're going to notice, I don't know if you've been noticing, how much shorter the press conferences are getting. I mean, they're really, really getting short. It's almost as if the media has nothing to say to this woman. They can't trip her up. She's spanking them. But nonetheless, we're going to show that. And we're going to come back in. We're going to talk about some of the things she has to say. And just listen to what is being said. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for joining us early today. We have a very busy day, so we wanted to kick off the week right this morning after a great trip last week. It's good to see all of you back in Washington. This afternoon in the Rose Garden, President Trump, alongside First Lady Melania Trump, will sign the Take It Down Act into law. First Lady Melania Trump was instrumental in getting this important legislation passed. The Take It Down Act will protect victims of digital exploitation, hold internet platforms accountable by requiring them to remove such imagery from their platforms, and provide justice for victims by allowing prosecutors to go after those who publish non-consensual explicit images online. The First Lady met with members in the House and the Senate, survivors and their families, and advocates throughout the process to get this bill across the finish line. We are grateful for the First Lady's hard work and dedication to this issue, and moving forward, she will continue to champion the well-being of our nation's children through her Be Best agenda. I know the President looks forward to signing that bill into law later this afternoon, and we will see you all there. In other news, the One Big Beautiful Bill passed the House Budget Committee last night, bringing it one step closer to final passage. The One Big Beautiful Bill is perfectly named because it represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver on the Make America Great Again agenda responsible for President Trump's landslide victory on November 5th. The America First policies in this bill are the reason why Republicans currently have the majority in Congress right now. Passing this bill is what voters sent Republicans to Washington to accomplish. And that's why it's essential that every Republican in the House and the Senate unites behind President Trump and passes this popular and essential legislative package.
Okay, so from what I understand, and I'm waiting for clarification, and hopefully President Trump will speak on this relatively soon, it seems as though no tax on tips included, no tax on overtime included, no tax on Social Security not included. So there's a big omission there, and that big omission is that the no tax on Social Security as of today has not been included in the Big Beautiful Bill. That was a compromise that was made. Obviously, it affects a lot of people in this community who are watching, but as of today, it seems as though the no tax on Social Security has been removed. We'll keep following up with that.
This bill will be the single most pro-small business, pro-family, and pro-American worker legislation ever. This bill will give Americans the largest tax cuts in our nation's history. When Republicans pass the bill, Americans will be keeping more of their hard-earned money and taking home much bigger paychecks. The One Big Beautiful Bill will deliver some of President Trump's central campaign promises. No tax on tips for our hardworking waiters, waitresses, and service workers. No tax on overtime for our law enforcement officers, our firefighters, and all those Americans who are putting in extra hours to make ends meet. And a large tax deduction on interest payments for Americans who purchase American-made cars. Despite desperate Democrat lies, the biggest beneficiary of this tax cut will be working-class Americans and their families. Americans earning between $30,000 and $80,000 per year will pay about 15% less in taxes after this legislation is passed. And according to a brand new paper from the White House Council of Economic Advisors, the average family with 2 children's take-home pay will be up to $13,000 higher because of the increase in wages and reductions in tax obligations. The CEA study also said that the average overtime worker receives a tax cut of roughly $2,000. Again, this is great news for our nurses, our police officers, and all those who work overtime to make ends meet across our country. Put simply, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill will be a boon for working-class America. This One Big Beautiful Bill is also pro-family. It will increase the child tax credit to $2,500 per child, establish optional savings account for newborn babies with a $1,000 credit added, and strengthen paid family leave. This bill also delivers historic tax relief to America's seniors by allowing middle and low-income Social Security recipients to deduct an additional $4,000 in payments from their taxable income. If Democrats get their way and the Trump tax cuts are not extended, Americans will face the largest tax hike in history to the tune of $4 trillion. Republicans must not side with Democrats in helping them raise taxes. The One Big Beautiful Bill also provides critical protections of Medicaid which will strengthen and preserve the program for decades to come through common sense efforts to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. Medicaid will no longer be used to pay for barbaric gender mutilation procedures on minor children. And the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are currently improperly receiving Medicaid benefits will be kicked off the program to preserve it for hardworking American citizens who need it. President Trump and Republicans are protecting Medicaid benefits for pregnant women, children, disabled individuals, low-income seniors, and families.
Okay, let me take a second because I'm seeing a whole bunch of comments in the chat here where people are ticked off because there's the no tax on Social Security didn't get put in here. I believe that what they're going to do is try to come back, take another bite at the apple, try to get it done. And don't freak out right now. There's time to get it done. These ones got here in order to get the big, beautiful bill done. But I think what's going to happen, I think you're going to have to believe it as well, that President Trump is going to have a lot more power, a lot more negotiating strength to try and get this pushed through after what we've seen here in the last couple days. There's no way, I mean, right now it's fresh. Everybody's like sitting back trying to figure out how they're going to navigate this, but this entire Biden thing, how do I dare say this, is going to be a cannon in regards to what Trump is going to be able to negotiate moving forward. Just hold on, wait, see what happens here. But with everything that has happened and what will happen, see, that's the rest of it. What will happen, what will be exposed. There's going to be a lot of people coming to the table with their hands out and trying to cut deals. Just pump your brakes on it. Don't get pissed right now. April 15th is next year. We'll see what happens. He's got a lot of cachet that he's going to have available.
And the most vulnerable Americans in our society. And that's what Democrats are so angry about. Basic Medicaid protections that will stop the funding of transgender insanity and illegal aliens from ripping off American taxpayers. As you all know, over his first 4 months in office, President Trump ended the previous administration's open border crisis and secured our homeland in record time, all using executive authority. Now Congress needs to act. The One Big Beautiful Bill is the most significant investment in our nation's border patrol and law enforcement agents in our nation's history. The bill ensures that President Trump's popular and successful border security measures are made permanent. Republicans have the backs of Border Patrol and ICE agents who were put through hell over the past 4 years and have quickly worked to secure our southern border. And that's why this bill gives them more resources to do their jobs, including a $10,000 much-needed bonus to ICE agents and Border Patrol agents over the next 4 years. To provide those brave agents with desperately needed reinforcements on the ground, the bill allows for the hiring of thousands of new ICE personnel, customs officers, and Border Patrol agents. These significant hirings will empower President Trump to continue delivering on his promise to carry out the largest mass deportation in the history of our country. Again, that is a promise that Republicans made to American voters. It's a promise they were elected on, and it's a promise Republicans on Capitol Hill need to keep: secure our border. To supplement those efforts, the bill's funds will fund the completion of President Trump's signature border wall. As a result, 701 miles of primary wall, 900 miles of river barriers, 629 miles of secondary barriers, and 141 miles of vehicle and pedestrian barriers will be constructed when this bill passes, along with cutting-edge...
I love y'all. I had to stop for a second because I'm getting text by Ashley and text by SV and people asking in the chat, "What happened to your eye?" No, I didn't fall. That's why I couldn't cover the press conference live this morning. I broke out. I don't know if it was something I ate, and so I had to go to the doctor, and I've got something up here, but he said in 24 hours it should go away. So I'm healthy, no falling, nothing happened. Don't have the Biden thing going on. I just ate something I wasn't supposed to. We went out to dinner on Saturday to a seafood restaurant, so maybe I ate something I wasn't supposed to, but I'm okay. So let's continue.
Technology to secure our homeland from dangerous illegal alien invaders. This bill also advances our national security and defense interests by ensuring the United States military has the necessary resources to remain the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world. The bill will provide resources for the construction of President Trump's Golden Dome to safeguard Americans from potential attacks, give the Coast Guard resources to build more modernized ships, and the Air Force resources to acquire better planes. If all of those incredible things were not enough, the big beautiful bill also finally modernizes air traffic control in America, a bipartisan issue. The bill will allow President Trump to deliver on his promise to overhaul and update our air traffic control systems to keep Americans flying as safe and efficiently as possible. The previous administration failed to act and do this themselves, despite repeated warnings from the GAO, which has resulted in unacceptable delays at major airports like Newark that the Trump administration is working hard to address. When the One Big Beautiful bill passes, we will replace the current antiquated system, the FAA will enhance safety in our skies, reduce delays, and power the future of air travel in the United States. That's just some of what this historic legislation will accomplish. It is absolutely essential that Republicans unite behind the One Big Beautiful bill and deliver on President Trump's agenda. There is no time to waste. Americans gave Republicans a once-in-a-generation opportunity to course-correct our country over many wrongs over the past 4 years. And Americans are counting on Republicans to work as hard as President Trump is in this White House every day on Capitol Hill. Send this legislation to his desk as soon as possible for his signature. Here in our new media seat today, we have Liam Cosgrove, the White House correspondent for Zero Hedge. With that, Liam, please kick us off.
Thank you.
Okay, so I want to tell you something. She spoke for 8 minutes and 41 seconds doing her preamble. The entirety of the rest of the press conference is 22 minutes left. So there are only 22 minutes of questions in a White House press conference. I've never seen anything like this. It's as if these people just want to disappear. She handles them so well, they are now afraid to ask questions. 22 minutes. That's it. That's all she's coming with.
So my first question is on foreign policy.
Sure.
The president has made several moves towards peace in multiple fronts. India, Pakistan with the Houthis, talking with Iran and talking with Putin. Biden didn't even talk to Putin for the entire span of the war, which is crazy considering two nuclear powers were engaged in a proxy war. So I do admire these moves by the current president, I'll be honest. However, as of today, we are still funding both Israel's and Ukraine's wars. So can Americans expect to finally be done financing foreign wars at some point? Do you consider that one of the president's goals?
Well, I think I can summarize the president's foreign policy agenda with 2 words: America first. And that means putting the American people and the American taxpayer first. And that's why the president is moving as quickly as he possibly can and working overtime to end these conflicts in both Israel and in Gaza, and also the Russia-Ukraine war. As you all know, the president will be speaking with Putin at 10 o'clock. He plans to call President Zelensky when that call concludes. I spoke to the president about that call at 10 o'clock. I don't want to get ahead of those very important conversations, but of course you will hear directly from the president or me after those calls conclude today, so you can expect that. As for Israel and Gaza, the president continues to not only himself but his national security team engage in talks on both sides of this conflict. The president made it very clear to Hamas that he wanted to see all hostages released, and last week when we were flying out of town, there was great news on that front with the return of Eden Alexander, who is the last remaining hostage in Gaza. So to answer your question, the president is always thinking about the American people, the American taxpayer first. He wants these conflicts to end, not just to save money, but most importantly, to save lives.
Thank you. And my only other question for you is, so over the weekend, President Trump posted Truth Social a video highlighting what most people call the Clinton body count, which is the strange number of suicides that seem to happen in Clinton circles. I have a headline here from the Washington Post that said,
This dude went third rail. Oh my goodness. He actually asked the question in an open forum in the White House press conference. I don't know if she knew it in advance, but he actually put it out there. There's some crazy stuff happening right now. I don't want to interrupt too long here, but some crazy stuff for President Trump to put that out there. And if you saw the video, which I'll play tonight, because I can't play it here because these people would freak out. But tonight we're going to go in detail about the so-called question that he's asking about right now. Oh, this is good stuff.
Trump peddles false conspiracy theories tying the Clintons to several deaths. So I just wanted to highlight real quick, this wasn't in Trump's video, but this is from the Arkansas Times, and it's the death of Mark Middleton, who was a former Clinton White House aide who was found dead on a Clinton Foundation property. And I'll just quote from the Arkansas Times. Middleton apparently shot himself in the chest with a shotgun and also hung himself from a tree with an extension cord. So I have no idea how somebody commits suicide that way, but if the Washington Post is here, maybe you can enlighten us as to how that was actually a suicide.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to do. That's kind of tough. And that's normal, right? He popped himself in the back of his head with the shotgun. Yeah. Uh-huh.
So anyways, that's just a lead into my question about the most famous Clinton-related suicide, which is that of Jeffrey Epstein. There's still a lot of questions around that case. You've released phase 1 of the Epstein files. What was missing from that is any connection to his ties to intelligence agencies, and that's really the whole story, that not just trafficking young girls, but doing it on behalf of intelligence agencies, and even potentially as part of a blackmail ring with potential ties to the Israeli government. So for phase 2, when can we expect it? Will it have information pertaining to those aspects of the Epstein case?
I know the Attorney General has committed to releasing those files. I would defer you to the Department of Justice on her timeline, but when she has made a promise in the past, she has kept it, and I'm certain that she will in this case as well. Rachel.
Thanks so much, Carol.
Well, they jumped away from that pretty quick, didn't they? So she didn't really give much of an answer. She said, hey, check with Pam, let's see what she's doing. But the problem I have with that answer is that the President of the United States, her boss, he's the one who posted it. And he posted a couple different 17th letter things that I'll show you tonight where we can talk about it freely, if you know what I mean, and I think you do. But she didn't want to touch it in an open forum. And I loved what he did. Maybe one of you, whoever's here from the Washington Post, maybe you could talk about it. Nope, nobody wants to touch this. Eventually, it's going to become mainstream news. It has to. The President of the United States posted it. It's not up to Pam Bondi. Donald J. Trump posted that on his own page, on his profile. It is news. They can cower from it. They can say it's not a big deal. She can try to dance around it. But the bottom line is the president, when he speaks, makes news. He makes waves across the world. And he said a couple things this weekend that are going to kind of freak people out. And we're not going to get any answers, obviously. So the interpretation is left up to you because there was no denial. There was no debunking. The President of the United States, who you voted for, posted this on an open forum and a couple more things. So when we talk about it tonight, I don't want to hear anybody talking to me about conspiracy theories, especially after what we've just seen in the last 48 hours. I've said it many, many times. My definition of a conspiracy theory is information you just don't know yet. And President Trump's trying to get you down the road here. By the way, did anybody see what Elon Musk, his new profile is and what he calls himself? You might want to go check that out.
The president set a 2-week deadline for Ukraine and Russia to negotiate a deal. That time is now up. Does the president intend to set a new deadline on this call with President Putin? And how much longer is he willing to give these talks?
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of the specifics of the conversation the president will be having with President Putin in less than an hour this morning. But he has made clear throughout the entirety of this conflict, since he inherited it from Joe Biden, don't forget, this is a war that began because of the previous administration's incompetence and weakness, and President Trump is working very hard to fix it. He has made it clear to both sides that he wants to see a peaceful resolution and a ceasefire as soon as possible. But as for specifics on a timeline, I won't get ahead of the president.
And just on the goals for this call in particular, is the goal to get Putin to agree to a ceasefire? Is the goal to lead to some sort of in-person negotiations with Putin and the president?
Well, I think, again, we'll see how the call goes, and the president has made it clear his goal is to see a ceasefire and to see this conflict come to an end. And he's grown weary and frustrated with both sides of the conflict. The president and his team have put an enormous amount of effort in solving this very complicated war that, again, began because of the last administration's weakness.
Does he still want to meet Putin personally?
I think the president would certainly be open to that, but let's see how this call goes today.
What's the status of the secondary sanctions package? The president's been talking about that. You haven't imposed them yet, but is that still on the table?
I think everything's on the table, yes. And again, I won't get ahead of the president in any commitments or decisions, but certainly it's something he's been looking at and discussing. Elena.
Hi, Ken. I want to ask you about the House budget bill. So does the president agree with Republicans behind this bill that Medicaid work requirements should be implemented as soon as 2026?
So the president wants to preserve and protect Medicaid for Americans who this...
Okay, Keisha, I got to break there because they didn't explain it. So the president, and I don't know who's running that, maybe it's RFK Jr., says they want to have a work requirement for people who are on Medicaid, and the Democrats are freaking out. Do you know what the work requirement is? That you have to apply for a job. The fact that you have to apply for a job is causing the Democrats to completely freak out. Why should you not have to take an effort, make an effort? We're not talking about people who have disabilities. We're not talking about people who have mental issues. We're talking about able-bodied men and women who are on the dole. And the barrier, the bar is just simply to try and get a job. It's not supposed to be a lifetime appointment. You're not supposed to be taken care of forever. It's until, it's a bridge. But these people at this point have gotten used to it being permanent. And that's what Bernie and AOC and all these people want anyway, they want it to be permanent. And so they're complaining because there's merely a try to get work requirement.
Program was intended for the most vulnerable in our society: pregnant women, low-income families, seniors, those who truly need these benefits. And it should be going to people who physically cannot work. We want to see able-bodied Americans at least working 20 hours per week, whether that's part-time or full-time, whether that's even looking for work or volunteering for 20 hours a week if they are receiving Medicaid. These are common sense provisions. These are common sense changes that were actually introduced by former Democrat President Clinton. They've been supported by every Democrat president since, including the previous president, Joe Biden. But again, these are common sense reforms to ensure that those that this program was intended for receive those benefits.
And then just a quick follow-up. Is the president okay with this bill adding to the deficit?
This bill does not add to the deficit. In fact, according to the Council of Economic Advisors, this bill will save $1.6 trillion. And the president absolutely understands and hears the concerns of fiscal conservatives and of Americans who want to get our fiscal house in order. That's what the intention of this bill is. There's $1.6 trillion worth of savings in this bill. That's the largest savings for any legislation that has ever passed Capitol Hill in our nation's history. The next bill that even comes close was $800 billion. That's less than half of the savings that we see in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And so the goal of this bill is to produce economic growth, to cut taxes, and to get our fiscal house in order. And this is the right step in the right direction towards doing that.
All right, so I pulled it up so I can show it to you guys so you can personally see what the Democrats are whining about. Nobody should have any problem with this. If you are able-bodied but just need a hand up, not a hand out, you shouldn't have a problem with this. I don't know why the Democrats would. So let me show you what exactly the requirement is. Here it is, right here. Under the House bill, many Medicaid recipients would be subject to something the measure calls a community engagement requirement. That provision would mandate that people who are enrolled in Medicaid either work, participate in volunteer work, or be enrolled in an educational program for at least 80 hours a month. Medicaid recipients would also have to verify their community engagement eligibility twice a year. The bill also adds a more rigorous income verification process for those who enroll in the Affordable Care Act's health coverage. So, 80 hours a month. We're not talking 40 hours a week, 80 hours a month. The entire month. You either have to work, participate in volunteer work, which they ain't ever gonna do, or be enrolled in an educational program for at least 80 hours a month. What in the hell is wrong with that? Why would anybody have any problem whatsoever doing one of those three things? That's it. Working? Oh, I can't work. Okay, you can't work. Can you volunteer? Can you go take a class for 80 hours a month? Seriously? That's where we are in America? The mere fact of trying to motivate people to get their asses off the couch to try and go to work? Hey, it doesn't say you have to work X amount of hours per week. It says try. And then if you're not competent enough to do anything, how about trying to educate yourself? How about trying to open a book or watch some videos or something like that? How about doing stuff that's going to make you better? What did Ashley just write me here? Hold on. 1 second here. Hold on. Okay, so I'll cover that in a second, Ashley. So anyway, all of that. So when your liberal friends out there, your liberal family members or co-workers start complaining and saying, oh, they're going to put a requirement on Medicaid. It's a requirement that every single one of us probably passed when we were 16. As I've mentioned, my grandson just turned 16. Guess what? He's working. He would already qualify for what these people supposedly can't do. He's working in a job. So tell me why my 16-year-old grandson, your 16-year-old grandson or granddaughter, these people can't do what they're doing? Not asking you to get rich, not asking you to pay. Just try to be a contributing member to society. And the Democrats don't even want that. That should make you really begin to understand how bad that these people really are in terms of wanting to push this country into communism. Here's the biggest thing with me. I don't understand how you would need this to be motivated. I mean, as soon as I turned 16, it wasn't like my mom or dad had to tell me to get a job. I was like, so I can work now? I can go make my own money? I got a driver's license? I can do stuff? Oh man, this is cool. Freedom! Freedom! I had a car. I got it for $100 from another guy at the gym, and I felt free. I was able to go where I wanted. I had a license, and then I got a job until they decided to make me a human forklift, but it was still a job. And now we're talking about an entire group of people who don't even want to learn how to do a job. How many jobs are out there you don't even have to learn? How many jobs don't require any education? Hey, pick up this bag of stuff and put it in this pile. You don't need it, don't even need anything. But they're fighting that. Insane.
Thanks.
Edward.
Yes, thanks.
And then I'll go to you.
Thanks,
You're welcome.
I want to get the president's reaction to Moody's downgrading the credit rating of the United States.
Sure. Well, look, the president talked about this over the weekend. The Secretary of Treasury also talked about it. When you look at the world has confidence in the United States of America and our economy once again. The president just last week secured trillions of dollars in investments from countries in the Middle East. We have seen trillions of dollars of investments flowing into our economy since the president took office. That is because America or people around the world have confidence in the United States of America. And if you also just look at the raw economic data that we're seeing, last week when we were out of town, inflation dropped once again. Oil prices are dropping, gas prices are dropping. The president has added nearly 500,000 jobs to the American economy already. So there's a lot of optimism in this economy, and the president disagrees with that assessment.
And I want to ask you one more thing, if I could. On your Middle East trip, the United Arab Emirates is getting some of the most advanced AI chips, and there's agreements there. The UAE is the newest member of BRICS. Is there a concern from the president that those chips and the technology will pass through to China, India, Russia, and Iran?
Part of going to the Middle East was to ensure that the United States, this part of the region, our Gulf partners, know that the United States of America is there for them again, and that they should be investing in the United States, not in China. And these AI agreements, particularly the one the Secretary of Commerce signed in the UAE, has security guarantees to ensure that China is not getting the advantage, but the United States is getting the advantage when it comes to AI, and that the UAE and the U.S. are working hand in hand together to invest in this space. So read the agreements, there are security guarantees, and this was a great trip for the country, no doubt. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has said today that Israel will take control of all of Gaza. Is that a goal that President Trump is comfortable with or that he supports?
I'll have to talk to the president about those comments as they just came, I believe, from the prime minister this morning, and I'll let him speak on that. The president has made it very clear he wants to see this conflict in the region end. He wants all hostages to be released. He was pleased that Eden Alexander was returned home safely to his loving family. The president spoke with Eden directly while we were traveling to the Middle East last week. As for the prime minister's comments, I'll let the president himself respond to those. Sure.
Two questions. One, how involved does the president intend to be directly in talking to House members about the bill over the next couple of weeks or the next week?
Sure. Well, over the weekend, the president was in direct conversation and communication with the Speaker of the House. He's been very involved. He always is. He's willing to pick up the phone when he is asked to. So he'll continue to be very engaged in this process with both House members and his friends on the Senate side as well.
And on former President Biden's cancer diagnosis, the president put out a very nice message on Truth Social. Has he talked to President Biden directly? Does he intend to call? What does he intend to say directly?
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe they have spoken, but I'm sure the president would be open to doing that. I spoke to him last night about the former president's cancer diagnosis, and the statement that he put out was the initial reaction he had with me on the phone as well. Peter.
Follow up on former President Biden. White House doctors may have missed the early stages of his prostate cancer. So is President Trump worried about the quality of care that presidents get here?
Not as far as President Trump is concerned. The White House physician we have here is phenomenal, and the team of physicians that take care of the president, particularly at Walter Reed Medical Center, are great. The president had his physical recently, as you know. He had perfect results. He's in very good shape. I think those of you who traveled to the Middle East with us last week can attest to the president's endurance. And by the way, I will add, we returned home from a very long and tiring trip last week, and on Saturday, where was the president? In the Oval Office working all day. He doesn't stop, he doesn't quit, he's in great health, and he trusts his physicians.
Two more things. Putin ghosted everybody at these peace talks last week. As President Trump phones him today to try to figure out an end to the Ukraine war, does he think that Putin is the good guy or the bad guy?
I'll let the president speak on that conversation later. He's made his feelings about both sides of this war quite clear throughout it. He wants to see it end.
And
Annie,
the last one, what does President Trump mean when he says that Taylor Swift is no longer hot?
Look, he is speaking.
Seriously? Peter, that's a question? Wow. Wow.
Thinking about Taylor Swift's political views and how perhaps it has impacted the support of the American public for her work, and I will leave it at that. Annie, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Carolyn. I'm just going back one more time to the White House Medical Office because there seems to be some question about this with regard to President Biden's screening. Can you say whether or not President Trump is screened for prostate cancer as part of his physical?
To the best of my understanding, he is, but we can certainly check in with the White House physician and go back and look at that physical report.
And then just one other question. Recently, Stephen Miller at the White House made some comments about considering suspending habeas corpus. And I'm curious if there's any update on how the White House is exploring that option to enact the president's agenda.
I don't have any update at this time, but I can check in with our Deputy Chief of Staff. Mary Margaret, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Given the ongoing revelations about former president's mental acuity and how staff and media covered that up, especially with the release of this book, 2 days, I think, is there any interest in further scrutiny of Kevin O'Connor, the former president's physician?
I'll let the president speak on that. I spoke to the president again about the former president's health diagnosis last night, and he wanted to extend his warmest wishes to the former president and his family. But as for any further action, I'll let the president speak on that first. Michelle.
Vice President Vance's meeting with Zelensky. Can you share any more information on that?
My understanding was it was a good meeting, a productive meeting, and we're grateful that the Vice President did it and that he also went to the Pope's first Mass in Rome. I also have an update on that. The Vice President passed along a letter to the Pope from the President and from the First Lady extending their warm wishes and inviting them to the White House as soon as they possibly can come. Michelle.
On Iran, Steve Witkoff said yesterday that continued enrichment is a red line for the U.S. The Iranian foreign minister says that's going to continue no matter what. How committed is the U.S. to that red line, and what's the next step for the next round of talks?
We are 100% committed to that red line. The President, Special Envoy Witkoff, Secretary Rubio have made that incredibly clear, not just to the American public, but also in those discussions that Special Envoy Witkoff has had directly with the Iranians.
And the next round of talks?
I don't have an update for you, but we can get one. To the back row. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. South Africa's president says he's going to come to the White House to meet with President Trump on Wednesday. What are the president's expectations for that trip? And South Africa's president recently said he believes the folks that have been resettled here recently are cowards running away from problems in South Africa. Does the White House have a response to that?
So I did see the South African president put out that statement. I want to confirm on our end with our Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, and we'll get back to you on that. Monica.
Thanks, Caroline. You mentioned the President and the First Lady are signing the historic Take It Down Act this afternoon. I'm curious to know, what are some of the repercussions or consequences for these online platforms or perpetrators that won't comply with the act?
Well, what this bill does, it takes the initial step to ensure that prosecutors are able to take down, that's why it's called the Take It Down Act, platforms that are allowing this sexually explicit content on their platform. So it gives them more leeway to go after them as they see fit. But as for specific repercussions, I would defer you to the Department of Justice of how they plan to implement this bill once it is signed later today. Brian.
Yes, thank you. You said in your opening statement, you talked about this MAGA baby savings account. Exactly how would that work? Who would be eligible for it? I'm assuming women would be eligible for that?
Yes. So one of the provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill, as I said, this is a very pro-family piece of legislation. Not only does it increase the child tax credit, but it also includes MAGA baby savings accounts for children that are born before January 1st, 2024, under 8 years old, U.S. citizens, and have at least one parent with a valid Social Security number. And when this tax provision becomes law, the child, if the parents seek to do this, will be set up with a savings account. Essentially, it's a 401k for a newborn baby. And child's relatives, their parents, can contribute up to $5,000 per year of after-tax dollars annually to that account. And then later in the baby's life, at age 25, savings account holders can withdraw up to the full balance of the account. Upon reaching 30, the account holders can access the full balance of the account for any purpose desired. So it's a great initiative for new parents, new mothers who want to set up this savings account for their children. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump and his top economic aides have repeatedly said that Americans will not pay the cost of tariffs. In fact, last week, Lutnick said people have to drop the, quote, silly arguments that consumers would pay the cost. But over the weekend, as you know, the president posted that Walmart should eat the tariffs and not charge the value customer anything. I'll be watching, and so will your customers. So does he acknowledge that if companies don't absorb the full cost, Americans will have to pay?
Well, first of all, the CEO of Walmart made those comments about the tariffs on an earnings call where CEOs, I believe, are legally obligated to give the most dire warnings and forecasts to their investors and stakeholders. The reality is the president has always maintained, Chinese producers will be absorbing the cost of these tariffs. And that is why China was so quick to hustle to the negotiating table with the United States of America. They need our markets, they need our consumers. And I would again point you to the inflation report that came out last week showing that inflation is declining in large part because energy prices are dropping across the board in this country because of the president's robust energy agenda that he has taken since January 20th. So the president is committed to ensuring that prices remain low for American consumers, and he maintains the position that foreign countries will absorb these tariffs.
What does he mean by
Before she goes to that next question, again, the media is trying to create a narrative that the tariffs are going to be basically borne at the consumer level, and that's not true. It couldn't be further from the truth. As I've mentioned many a time, a tariff is not a tax. A tariff is a tax on the country bringing something in. The obligations for the person selling, the retailer like Walmart, they have the option to add higher, prices to whatever they're selling because if they're getting the product. But the bottom line, it's still your choice, my choice. There is nothing being put on me and there's nothing being put on you unless you make the choice to buy the higher goods. I don't care if Walmart raises this price 50% on t-shirts or junk from China. I don't care. I just won't buy it. You have the opportunity to decide what it is you're going to purchase. So in that regards, a tax, as you know what a tax is, whether you're paying income tax or whether you're paying sales tax or paying real estate tax, a tax doesn't exclude you. You have to pay income tax for the most part. You have to pay sales tax when you go buy something. You don't have to pay tariff increases. I'm not paying $1.25 for that. I was paying 75 cents last week. Not gonna buy it. The media never says that. I don't get why they don't explain that to the American people. There's a price tag and there's a price tag here. And even if you knew the price tag before, nobody's forcing you to buy it. We're getting another computer set up on this side of my office here, and I had to buy another keyboard and another mouse. And I have a certain mouse that I like and a certain keyboard I like. When I clicked on a button today, I could see what I paid last time. And it's like $30 more. What did I do? I went for the cheaper version. I just need a keyboard. I don't need a wireless keyboard. I can plug it in. I'm just shipping Bibles and stuff. You have the choice. You have the power to determine what it is you're going to buy at any time. And by the way, when they asked about Moody's and the credit rating, interesting. Stock market didn't care. Stock market up right now 112 points, and the S&P is up 2.31. So there you go with all that crap.
I'll be watching to Walmart.
He'll be watching, seeing what they're doing. Jennifer.
On the gift plane from Qatar, 3 things. Is there a timeline for the U.S. receiving that plane? Do you know how long it will take to retrofit the plane to presidential standards? And thirdly, has the intelligence community, security folks, have they weighed in on whether that plane can actually be secured to presidential standards?
I'm glad you brought up this question because I was watching the American press spew a lot of misinformation about the plane donation last week when we were abroad. Let's be very clear. The government of Qatar, the Qatari family, has offered to donate this plane to the United States Air Force, where that donation will be accepted according to all legal and ethical obligations. It will be retrofitted to the highest of standards by the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force. This plane is not a personal donation or a gift to the President of the United States. And everyone who wrote that last week should go and correct their stories because this is a donation to our country and to the United States Air Force. As for a timeline, because it is the United States Air Force that is accepting the plane, I would defer you to them for specifics because the President, frankly, has nothing to do with it. It's the Air Force's project to take on. Sure. Elizabeth.
Thanks so much, Caroline. Did the president call fiscal conservatives who were hesitant to vote for the big, beautiful bill? And if so, what did they say? What did he say?
I don't reveal the president's private discussions unless he gives me the liberty to, but he has been engaged in this process. He spoke to the Speaker of the House, and he will continue to make those phone calls if it's necessary for him. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline.
I'll go to both of you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Any updates on Greenland? Will the president be making any trips, and do we have any details you can share with us?
I don't have any future foreign trips to read out for you. We just returned home from one. But the president maintains the reasoning for Greenland's strategic purposes in the Arctic, and he continues to remain committed to the idea of obtaining Greenland in whatever means we can to advance our national security interests in the region. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question. Was Lebanon part of the discussions during the Middle East tour? And did you meet with any Lebanese representatives?
To my knowledge, the president did not meet with any representatives from Lebanon, although he did talk about the election that they recently had there and how he hopes that Lebanon can come to a more peaceful place in their country and that we drive out Hezbollah, Iranian-backed Hezbollah proxies in Lebanon to ensure peace and prosperity in that country and also for the greater Middle Eastern region. And I would just add to that before I wrap up, because the president's call will begin in a few minutes. The president's historic tour to the Middle East last week truly reset our foreign policy agenda in that region. I think actually, in fact, the Washington Post had a headline, President Trump remakes U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. And that's absolutely true. He took a courageous and bold step to lift sanctions on Syria. He strengthened our ties with our Gulf partners, and he put Iran into a very difficult position because the United States of America is back. And I will summarize the president's trip with an anecdote that I heard directly from a member of one of the foreign delegations. I asked him how hopeful their country was when they learned President Trump won the election. And he told me when President Trump won the election, it was like the lights turned on in a dark room. For the past 4 years to the rest of the world, America was dark. We were unresponsive. We did not pick up the phone. We did not return calls. All of that has changed under the leadership of this president. And I think the world saw that last week with this historic and wildly successful trip. And the work continues. The president will be speaking to President Putin at 10 a.m. and we'll have a readout for you after that call. And we'll see you in the Rose Garden at 3 o'clock. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Caroline. Okay, so whoever controls that White House correspondence room has obviously told people to shut up. As you're listening to them talk, listen to what you didn't hear. Pay specific attention what they didn't bring up. You know, like the fertility clinic bombing. No news? Nobody wants to talk about that? No? Okay. Well, why not? What did you find out? Oh, that's right. The guy was a stark raving lunatic lefty. But you don't want to bring that up. You don't want the American people to know whether or not the president was up to date on a bombing. Nope, no words. The other one, and I'm gonna talk to you more about it tonight when we do a jump over to Rumble. Not a single question, follow-up question. The first question, actually the second question out of the box today was about the Hillary thing video that President Trump posted. The conspiratorial video that President Trump, the President of the United States, posted. Not a single person in that audience, no one felt there was a need to follow up on a couple things that he posted this past weekend. Everything else you guys like to talk about, but they were zipped. How could you possibly not want to ask a question regarding the president's obvious directives that he's putting out to people? People like you, people like me. How do you not even want to discuss it? Because you don't want to have to report it. You don't want to have to report what he's talking about. So these people are no longer news. Obviously, you found that out in the last 24 to 48 hours, but it's even worse than what you even imagine. Like, for instance, all of us, and I do mean you, me, we're all talking about, hey, if Joe was sick, who was running the country? Who was signing all these pardons and orders and all this stuff? Not one single question. Watch what you're not hearing. Watch how they're avoiding this giant megaton elephant in the room that's walking around with neon blinking. Nothing. They're going to try and cover this up just like they've been trying to cover everything up for the last 4 years. They're going to purposely omit it. You can't let that happen. You have to get on X, you have to get on Facebook and keep talking about it. Because it's obvious now these people don't want anybody to know what exactly is happening. Nothing. Not a word. Look around. Pick up the New York Times. Go ahead and look on CNN or MSN. Nothing. They understand this is a powder keg, and they understand at any minute this thing is going to blow up in their faces. This is so bad. It is the scandal of our entire country. Nothing, not even the Civil War, nothing has been as big as this. It is an absolute bombshell. Well, maybe the Civil War. That was pretty bad. So I don't want to be that hyperbolic. Yeah, the Civil War was worse. 9/11? Yeah, that was worse. 3,000 people. Other than those things, this in political history, I don't think there's anything that could match it. Forget Watergate. This is the single biggest political scandal just about ever. And not a single word. Nothing. Not a syllable came out of their mouths about what we're all thinking. You have to remember that. It's all over X. Everybody's talking about it, but they didn't even want to bring it up. Not even Ducey. Not even from Fox News. You want to talk about Taylor Swift, but you don't want to talk about the giant megaton elephant in the room. You're going to have to. You can bet your butt you're going to have to. Matter of fact, the SCOTUS thing just came out, so they weren't there. But let me tell you, she follow up with something real quick. She mentioned this phone call that President Trump had with Putin at 10 a.m., and there's now a readout. President Trump, thanks to Ashley, sent me this. Just completed my 2-hour call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. I believe it went very well. Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations toward a ceasefire and, more importantly, an end to the war. The conditions for that will be negotiated between the two parties as it can only be because they know the details of a negotiation that nobody else would be aware of. The tone and spirit of the conversation were excellent. If it wasn't, I would say so now rather than later. Russia wants to do large-scale trade with the United States when this catastrophic bloodbath is over, and I agree. That's going to cause liberal heads to explode. You're going to do business with Putin? Yep, we're going to do business with Russia. We're going to do business around the world. This thing is going to be in a massively great economy. There's a tremendous opportunity for Russia to create massive amounts of job and wealth. He keeps saying it. Its potential is unlimited. Likewise, Ukraine can be a great beneficiary on trade in the process of rebuilding its country. Negotiations between Russia and Ukraine will begin immediately. I've so informed Zelensky and Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission, Emmanuel Macron, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of Italy, Friedrich Merz of Germany, and Alexander Stubb of Finland during a call with me immediately after the call with Putin. The Vatican, as represented by the Pope, has stated that it would be very interested in hosting negotiations. Let the process begin. So he's called the world. All the people in Europe. I didn't notice he left out the guy from England. Interesting. But everybody else over there, he's told them this is going to happen. And so you can pretty much count on it. This is what President Trump is going to do. And it's going to be massive. And he keeps talking. It's about wealth. It's about making money. Money. There's nothing wrong with money. Enjoy it. Understand it. That's why I want to do the real estate thing. I see a bunch of people. What are we at? 55% people say yes, let's do it. Thus far, out of 2,300 votes. It kind of shocks me. Kind of shocks me that more people don't want to hear about it. How could you not want to hear about... Never mind, not even going to go there. But anyway, since there's a whole bunch of people that want to do it, we're going to do it. All right, let me talk to you guys first about Field of Greens. This doesn't happen often, so you want to jump in on this. Brickhouse Nutrition's Memorial Day sale is on for a limited time. You can save 25% off everything with my code Memorial25. That includes Lean, the weight loss supplement that targets the goals of GLP-1 injections, but without needles or prescriptions. People are seeing real results, and they love that it curbs the cravings. Check out the website reviews. Also on sale is Field of Greens, a super fruit and vegetable drink that literally promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. That's what Robin and I use. In fact, I have to sometimes hide it from her because she loves it as well. No BS. It is very good. It tastes amazing. When I go to the break, I'm going to go grab it and show you how it's half empty. I'm going to bring it back in here and show it to you. It's really, really tasty. I was surprised because it's green. And, I thought it would taste nasty, but it tastes very good. So whether it's collagen, creatine, or any of their other doctor-formulated products, it's all on sale for 25% off. Kick off a healthy summer and save big while you're at it. Go to brickhousenutrition.com and use the code MEMORIAL25 for 25% off. But don't wait, the sale's only on for a few days. That's brickhousenutrition.com, brickhousenutrition.com. So, it's kind of weird because, I do these reads. I don't know if people actually take a look at some of these things, but other than feeling like my face was going to explode today, I feel pretty good. I mean, really, really good at my age. I mean, working out helps, but taking all the different things so that I keep up with what I'm doing. It's one of the reasons why I want to move into a studio is the way I built things in here. I don't have a desk that rises. And so I want to have a different location. So if I want to do the daytime show sitting and a nighttime show standing, so I'm not sitting for 6 hours at a time, I'm doing everything I possibly can to be around as long as I possibly can. And so, yes, I share stuff. If I want to do the real estate, you guys want to learn, that's fine. I've been doing it for 25 plus years. It's fun. I love not having to answer to anybody other than that woman sitting out there. And now Ashley as well, too, because she's always bugging me. But in any event, do what you need to do. Get yourself healthy. I think there's going to be so much prosperity, so much wealth in this country. You're going to enjoy life under President Trump. And it's very hard sometimes to stay arm's length away from the naysayers. The naysayers, they only try to make you feel bad. They only try to try to tell you can't do something. And I see what President Trump is saying over and over and over. Prosperity, wealth, get used to it. It's not a bad word. If you've got any connotations in your mind that you making as much money as possible is bad, well, make it and give it away. There's always that option. Enjoy life to the point where, you know what, I've got enough here where I don't need any more. Let me just give it away. Then you don't have to worry about, calling yourself a hoarder or other people saying that, money's the root of all evil. They're wrong. It's fun. You can have fun. This weekend, Ashley and her husband will be down here, and wait till you see the pictures that we take and what we're going to be doing. Those days, obviously, I'll be able to do one show because she'll be in town on Friday. Yeah, Friday she gets here. And we're going to have fun. We're going to go deep sea fishing. We're going to go out to dinner. We're going to hang out. That's why we're doing this. And I encourage you to do the same. I encourage you to get as much as you possibly can. You can't take it with you. So if you're doing what you need to do, you're doing it for somebody else. I know I'm not going to be here forever, but I know also that I want to make sure that my grandson and my granddaughters don't ever have to worry about anything. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And one of those things that, I want to make sure that they don't have to worry about, and especially with what's about to happen. You got gold and silver here. And I wasn't going to tie it in this way, but with what I think, when we get back from listening to Lear Capital, I'm going to show you some stuff now. We're going to move into the Biden thing. And this Biden thing is bombastic. Utterly bombastic. And it's going to only get worse. So be prepared. Be prepared, because I've been telling you the military is the only way. And now the Supreme Court just said that Trump can get these people out of here. These people are going to go nuts. And if President Trump does what I think he's going to have to do, you better be prepared. We're in a very volatile time right now. There's plenty of financial uncertainty. Now is not the time to be speculative. And I'm also speaking from a personal perspective. I'm buying income-producing real estate and I'm buying gold and silver. A lot of people don't know the difference between the economy and the stock market. And too many people listen to the news and social media. That'll get you in trouble. Let's face it, it's obvious that a lot of people have an agenda they're not telling you about. Right now, your best bet is stability. And that means you might need to build a hedge against global volatility. May I recommend gold and silver to you? Real gold and real silver. Not paper, not certificates. Actual gold and silver. What gold and silver can give you is absolute peace of mind. A stock is only as good as the company behind it. It's merely a piece of paper. One of the things I can tell you is that many people are finding out the hard way that some of their investments were built on quicksand. Gold will never be worth zero. Silver will never be worth zero. If you want to calm some of your fears, give my friends at Lear Capital a call today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. Just so you know, Lear Capital has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $5 billion in trusted transactions. And Lear is the only gold company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So go to learberry.com. If you want peace of mind, give my friends at Lear Capital a call at 800-601-5430. Or look down here below and go to learberry.com. And don't forget to ask about getting up to $15,000 in free gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. Don't wait. Do it now. Nobody knows what tomorrow holds. Be safe. I just want to say thank you to the Fanfare community. And if you're new here, I'd like to take a moment and welcome you. If you watch my videos, you've probably realized at this point that this isn't your usual podcast. The difference is that every single day I try to make this show an open conversation amongst friends. You see, I believe that speaking to friends, here and in your own circle offline, is the best way to push back against all the lies being told by the Democrats and the media. I encourage people in this community to welcome each other, and in doing so become a source of support for those seeking to unplug from the matrix. If you'd like to communicate on a deeper level, I invite you to subscribe to the channel, but if you'd really like to surround yourself with like-minded patriots, join our free and private X group by going to fanfareshop.org/group. When you join this free group, a few things will happen. One, if you haven't used X before, you can use X without venturing into the sewer that it sometimes can be. Two, you can share content with friends that you meet here. 3, you will get notified every time I go live, so you can't count on YouTube notifications. And 4, and this might be most important, you get content that I can't share on YouTube or Rumble. So please take a moment and join our free and private X group. Just go to fanfareshop.org/group. Remember, it's members only. There are 16,000 plus people in that group right now, getting close to 17,000. To join our free and private members only X group, just go to fanfareshop.org/group. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so there's nearly actually close to 17,000 people in that group, so jump on in. I have a problem entering sometimes. I have a call to Wednesday morning with the people at X to find out what's going on. How come we have to keep hitting reset? So hopefully we can get that fixed and everybody can get in freely and everything else. All right, so I got a follow-up to the Supreme Court judgment. It says, this is from Mario Nawal, breaking SCOTUS backs Trump move to end protection for 350,000 Venezuelans. As I said earlier, the Supreme Court has sided with Trump, clearing the way to end TPS for nearly 350,000, part of his broader effort to restore control over immigration policy, originally extended by Biden just before leaving office. Yeah, funny nobody wants to talk about that now. Okay. The TPS program shielded Venezuelans from deportation despite the country's ongoing turmoil. The Trump administration argued it was time to stop treating TPS, temporary programs, as permanent and that the decision belongs to elected leaders, not federal judges. The lower court had blocked the move, accusing the administration of using stereotypes, even though Trump officials pointed to national security, rising costs, and the need for firm borders. The High Court ultimately agreed fast-moving immigration decisions are the president's call. Okay, and what's this down here? Yeah, so, with that being said, yep, it's on. It's definitely on. Notice what it said. President Biden assigned these people protective status just before he left office. By auto pen. Got it. Yeah, just remember that. Also, another bit of breaking news, if you want to say, the Trump administration has agreed to a $5 million settlement with the family of Ashley Babbitt. Babbitt was wasted in a cold blood by Michael Byrd. Time to arrest Byrd for, doing that. So Ashley Babbitt gets some closure. Her family does $5 million. I'm sure they would rather have her here than, have her not here. But at least they've got some closure. In addition, President Trump went after, and this is why I know it's coming. Excuse me. All right, a couple things I want to point this out to you. According to news reports, Beyonce was paid $11 million to walk onto a stage, quickly endorse Kamala, and walk off to loud booing for not performing. You guys remember that? They announced that Beyonce was going to be at her rally. Everybody shows up at the rally wanting to hear some songs and maybe do some twerking or something. And she walked out and said, yeah, vote for Kamala. I'm out. Give me my check. Not even one song. Remember, the Democrats and Kamala illegally paid her millions of dollars for doing nothing other than giving Kamala a full-throated endorsement. Now, understand, when they have these parties and soirees at fundraisers, and it's $10,000 a plate. Even though no one's paying $10,000 for the food, that's how they get around it. They get around it by saying, well, we served them a meal. All right, it's $10,000 a plate. They paid Beyonce $11 million and she didn't do anything. Nothing. That, in and of itself, should be a campaign finance violation. You paid somebody for an endorsement. The mistake they made was not having her perform not even one song, even by lip sync. She just came out, endorsed Kamala, and left. You can't buy endorsements. That is a textbook campaign finance violation. Huge. And President Trump jumped on it. He goes, this is an illegal election scam at the highest level. It is an illegal campaign contribution. Bruce Springsteen, Oprah, Bono, and perhaps many others have a lot of explaining to do. All right, so you see that and you think to yourself, what do you mean? Well, they're about to get a knock on the door from the Department of Justice. It's pretty simple. Hey, did you sing? I'm looking at the video. Yeah, you didn't sing. So what did you get paid for? What exactly did you get that check for? And they can't say anything because there's nothing there. I got paid $11 million to show up. Yeah, that's illegal. You can do that with an appearance at Harvard or some school and just show up and sign autographs. You can't do that in an election. That is campaign finance. They tried to put Trump in jail for paying off Stormy Daniels. Remember that? Oh, now you gotta rewind. You gotta rewind all the way back. Because all that stuff they did is coming back to bite them in the you-know-where. So when they went after him because it was an illegal campaign violation, because it was hush money to a pole dancer, they wanted to put him in jail and lock him up. At least he had some consideration, if you know what I mean. And he was paying her, or whoever was paying her, to keep quiet about the deed she done. These people don't even have that. So if you were going to arrest President Trump for a campaign violation for paying off Stormy Daniels, Ooh, you got a whole lot of violations. Matter of fact, I think what Stormy Daniels, 180 grand, 200 grand. You paid Beyonce 11 million? Oh man, these people are in deep. They're in so deep. And so that wasn't it. So he came back with a second post. How much did Kamala Harris pay Bruce Springsteen for his poor performance during her campaign for president? Why did he accept that money if he's such a fan of hers? Isn't that a major and illegal campaign contribution? What about Beyonce? And how much went to Oprah and Bono? I'm going to call for a major investigation into this matter. The wheels, they are turning. Understand, this went out. Just want you to know something. We'll down to the bottom here. This went out this morning at 1:34 a.m., which is way before, if I look at my watch, way before 9 a.m. So all of this happened before the White House press conference, and it was amazing. Nobody asked about it. The President of the United States just said he's going to call for a major investigation, which means he's calling across the office there and say, hey, Pam, got something for you. He announced it. He completely announced it. I am going to call for a major investigation. Candidates aren't allowed to pay for endorsements, which is what Kamala did under the guise of paying for entertainment. In addition, this was a very expensive and desperate effort to artificially build up her sparse crowds. It's not legal. For these unpatriotic entertainers, this was just a corrupt and unlawful way to capitalize on a broken system. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, we're tending. I got the message loud and clear. Unfortunately, nobody in the press room comprehended this. Nobody in the press room thought maybe, hey, the president just said he's going after Beyonce. They asked about Taylor Swift, but not a single person asked about this. You have to ask yourself why. Why is it that they ignore things the president is saying? I mean, these are, you have to assume he typed it. You have to assume he put it out. Is that not newsworthy? Is it not newsworthy that the President of the United States says he's going to investigate some of the biggest names in entertainment for criminal activity? You think that Beyonce and Bono and Springsteen and Oprah aren't taking it seriously? If I'm Bono and these guys here, and I read that and said, what? What am I going to do? Oh, I'm getting on the phone. Yeah. Mr. Lawyer, what in the hell? What's my liability here? What's going to happen? Can he do this? Did I get myself in trouble? You know, all the questions you would ask if somebody told you they were investigating you. So why is it that the press just completely ignored it? Didn't want anyone to hear? These people are scum, including Ducey. They don't want America to know what the president is saying. He couldn't be clearer. You now know, and you only know maybe because either you looked it up or you just heard it from me. They all went to the island. Maybe. Let's see here. Barry, I believe Trump reposted it. Yeah. Stormy, okay, 130 grand. Please, Barry, don't say she was paid out because she did the deed. That was never proven. True. Very true. Very true. Keith Richards went after Springsteen for those comments. Very interesting. Very interesting. A couple people did. Kid Rock did as well. Donald Trump, Donald Trump didn't even do it during his presidential run. This was years ago, and they tried to bring it back. You're absolutely right, wrong way. Yeah, it didn't happen during his campaign, and they still tried to arrest him. This happened during Kamala's campaign. There's no doubt. It's on video. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Press conferences with these fools is pointless. Absolutely. But the plane, who wrote that? Lisa, you are so right. But they can bring up the doggone plane donation over and over and over again. They don't want you as Americans to understand what's really happening behind the scenes. That's why they didn't mention anything about Biden in terms of, what I'm about to talk to you about. So, That being said, let's spend a little bit of time talking on the biggest news story in the world right now. And I'm not being hyperbolic. This is huge. All right, so I posted this last week, this 56-second clip. I want you guys to take a look at this again.
I said this before. People would ask me, knowing what you know now, do you wish like you had a third term? And I used to say, you know what? If I could make an arrangement where I had a stand-in, a front man or front woman, and they had an earpiece in, and I was just in my basement in my sweats, looking through the stuff, and then I could sort of deliver the lines, but somebody else was doing all the talking and ceremony. I'd be fine with that.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lie! Yes.
Now, Rick Williams said something to me. I got to explain it. What word you would use to somebody who obfuscates and lies to your face? Pick a different word. But if I looked you in the eye and I knew something was more important and I lie to you or just completely obfuscate, don't bring it up, try to catch your attention with something else, what would you call that person? Intentionally. Because you remember, every single thing these people do in this press room is intentionally. So you're intentionally not talking about this or that. Now, obviously, he has a chance to redeem himself, but you have to ask yourself, why didn't you had Caroline right in your sight. She gave you 3 questions. And the third question you followed up with was, why does he not like Taylor Swift? He can't do what I'm doing. Look on True Social. And, oh, hey, Caroline, is President Trump serious about prosecuting Beyonce, Bono, Springsteen, and Oprah? See how simple that was? See how simple that is? Why didn't he do that? Well, I can only surmise, because he's a bright individual, he's been there, he's been on Fox, that he chose not to. Didn't feel like that was something that needed to be discussed. So I look at people who keep things away from me in a negative light. You? Fine. Maybe that's why they do the segments in the news where they go and talk about what someone's dress look like. I prefer a little bit more meat on the bones, per se. All right, so you heard Obama say that. And what we're looking at is exactly what he just described. I wish I could find somebody that I could dingle and dangle like a puppet from a string, and I could just sit in the background and make all the decisions. What we need to find out is who was making these decisions, and the media doesn't want you to even ask the questions. I'm going to show you some things I don't know if you saw regarding prostate cancer, the timing of prostate cancer, and what exactly that should mean from an aspect of what in the heck was going on in the White House. First up, this guy, I think he's going to get a visit from the DOJ. This was the doctor for Joe Biden at the White House.
How's the president's health?
Yes, excellent.
It is? Are you going to come to the briefing room to address us? Probably not. Could that change before the end of his term? And how is his mental cognition?
It's excellent.
It's excellent. Is there a reason you didn't perform a cognitive test on him?
He's here every day.
He's good every day? And what about the speculation about Parkinson's disease or a related condition? Dr. O'Connor, is there anything to that speculation that there might be something related to Parkinson's that he has?
Yeah, he's good.
Okay. And the specialist's visit to the White House, does that have anything to do with that concern?
Yeah, he's seen 3 times. Yeah, my letter was clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Going to run for president for another 4 years. Obviously, the PSA exam is not 100% accurate, and I've never met a doctor that doesn't say you needed to do the PSA exam and also have the physical exam as well. I just find it hard to believe that any White House physician wouldn't say, okay, well, what my doctor and what every other doctor says, which is, okay, we've done the PSA test and that's fine, but at least once a year, we need to do a physical exam. Again, if you're just talking about a 78-year-old guy that is not running the free world, that's one thing. But if you're a White House physician and you have any man over 40 years old, are you not going to at least say, hey, once a year, like every other physician says, once a year, we need to do a physical exam and check? Because this is like one of the leading causes, one of the leading sicknesses for men over 40.
There's nothing these people can do to regain their credibility. They now know they're in trouble. They're shot. Whatever credibility they thought they had went out the window this weekend, and so they're trying to backstroke right now. Like, I can't believe it. I can't believe this is possible. How could it happen? It happened because you people allowed it to happen. You enabled it. You saw the man basically having to need a drool cup, and you kept saying, oh, he's fantastic. He's fantastic. Now everybody wants to take out the 2020 hindsight glasses and go, well, how could this be? He's got the best medical technicians in the world. How could it be? Because you lied. There's your answer. Everybody in that orbit lied. The media, the staff, all of them. The Democrats, the Republicans, all lied. Everybody was in on it, and we're telling you and me we couldn't even discuss it. I'm like, hey man, this guy doesn't seem right. He's like wandering around watching people parachute and blah, 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 vomiting on himself when he talks, and we were told we were being stupid. So if you could see it and I could see it, we're not the brightest people in the world. We're smart. But the other people were like pretending like he's the sharpest attack. He's great. He's fantastic. You guys you're conspiracy theorists. Once again, a conspiracy theory is only that which you don't know. And as long as these people were allowed to gaslight everybody, to just wave that little wand in front of people's eyes and they would regurgitate it over and over. He's fine. It's a right-wing conspiracy theory until it's not a right-wing conspiracy theory anymore. And so now it's all of a sudden, I can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, I think 100%. And, did they do a digital rectal exam to assess his prostate? Again, typically that's done in the presence of symptoms. To your point, he's the leader of the free world. Did they do it and not characterize it? It's hard to know. We're speculating here. I would say in an abundance of caution, probably if you holistic and comprehensive, that would make sense. It is interesting.
I can tell you from firsthand experience, people poking around in the nether region. Hey, listen, you're getting up in age and we need to go back there and start checking things out. Well, I feel fine. Oh, but we got to look anyway, okay? We got to send in the boring company. We're going to start mining and seeing what we can find in there. But I feel fine. Sorry, you're about that age and you're black. We got to check some things out. And I'm not the president. They expect you to think that, the doctor overlooked it. They didn't even check. Oh man, these guys are crazy. It just happened. There's nothing that just happens with the President of the United States. Every single thing he does, there's somebody saying, you got to do this, you got to do that. There's an entire press room that walks around asking questions about what he did or what he said. But now everyone's, cat's got their tongue. Because I'm sure most of the people in that White House press room, some of them are younger, some of them are older. They're saying to themselves, well, my doctor called me and told me to bend them and spread it. Yeah, you did it. Many people in chat did it. But you're telling me the President of the United States didn't do it. It's not the most fun thing in the world. I could think of 1,055 other things I'd rather be doing. But you have to do it. There were things I did today that I wish I wouldn't be doing when they like started zapping me and stuff. But you got to do it. By the way, if you've ever taken a allergy test where they put the prongs in you to see which one you react to, that ain't fun either. But I'm not the president. The president of the United States was slurring his words, looking like a jewel cup, not knowing where he was going, and now all of a sudden everybody's like, "Oh, I can't even imagine."
Interesting to note that President Trump's, President Obama's, and President Bush II, in their most recent physicals, in their terms of office, obviously 2025 for President Trump, did comment on their PSA levels. And so they got screened while in office and they commented on it. It's not easy to access the most recent ones from President Biden. You can read summary articles. I couldn't access it on the archive site on the White House just before I came on. But according to...
Why couldn't you access it? It's public record. You're a doctor. You know, no, they hid that as well. All these trips to Rehoboth Beach where nobody was allowed to go and there was no chart that anyone had to sign in. Is the media looking into that? Did the media ever look into it? For 4 years. Oh, he's off to Rehoboth. What's he doing in Rehoboth? And what are these cars who are these people coming to see the president? Nobody reported on it. Not one. They completely looked the other way. They knew. They knew just as you knew. But they figured if they don't talk about it, everything's going to be fine. Until it wasn't.
To those that were able to, there is not a report of a PSA test on the most recent physical that was read out for President Biden's last year in office. And so it's to say what was done, what was not done. You and I would be speculating, but the other three most recent occupants of the White House had it drawn, and it was reported out in the case of President.
Okay, so what you're telling me is the other guys did it. Trump did it. Obama did it. Bush did it. I would presume Slick Willie Clinton did it. But Biden didn't, huh? The one guy. No big deal. Just one guy. He forgot to do it. Media. Anything about this? No. We were scammed from day one. And I do mean from day one. I mean from day one minus 30 or 40 days, because we know what happened in November before he took office, which we're not allowed to talk about here. We have been scammed and more scammed and bent over scammed and everything about this entire man's history as a president and as a vice president. They looked the other way for everything. George Clooney, I don't even reckon he didn't recognize me when I went to go see him. Why did you say it then? You're a A-level actor who could get in front of a microphone and a camera anytime you want. And you didn't say anything. Why? Why did you go along with the scam? When the investigation starts, which it probably already has, it's going to grab a whole lot of people. Media, Republicans, Democrat. I mean, we may lose some guests on the show. Ashley may start calling on the phone. Hey, you want to come on the show? Is Barry going to ask me about Biden? Yep. Uh-huh. Because you're not telling me that Republicans didn't have an idea. There's 200 of them in the House and 50 of them in the Senate. And you're telling me none of you could have went to a microphone and said, hey, man, there's something wrong here. I'm over it.
Cancer was diagnosed by urinary symptoms rather than the way we find it most of the time, which is what Joe Concha was asking in the last hour. Usually we find it with no symptoms. He's already got symptoms, which means it's pretty advanced. He's having urinary symptoms heading towards urinary retention. He's got spread of this prostate cancer to the bone in one spot, which is going to cause him pain. And the biggest news we're hearing is that this particular cancer, which is quite aggressive, is testosterone dependent, meaning that the hormone testosterone is very involved with how aggressive it is, which means it should respond to anti-testosterone therapy, which is the mainstay of metastatic cancer. To the point of people who are just tuning in, he has the most aggressive prostate cancer we ever find. and they got it after it has already spread beyond the prostate, which is very, very concerning. 5-year survival rate under 40%.
All right, so take that in right now. And just think about what he just said that nobody knew. Tim Pool posted something on X that was very interesting. Very interesting. Tim posted this. Everyone knew. And so when I scroll up, you're going to see something that everybody knew. Remember this picture that was going around? Where his hands were constantly had vein things as if there were IVs and that. Nope, shame. No. He must have scratched himself, or he's playing with his German Shepherd and the German Shepherd scratched him. I have those kind of scratches from Lily. She scratches me often. They don't look like that. They don't look like that whatsoever. And again, your media looked the other way. Didn't want to question what exactly was happening. Again, everything I'm telling you, you can go look up yourself. There's no supposition. There's no conspiracy. It's right there in the open. As he would go to press conferences or meetings or anything, like, y'all don't see his hand? You don't see that he can't find his way off a stage? But you just kept it going until you couldn't anymore.
You're an oncologist.
Oh, and let me just say this. I don't wish prostate cancer. I don't wish any kind of cancer. I don't even wish illness on anyone. That's just not who I am. I feel bad. I said this the other day. I feel bad that this guy is sick. I have empathy. I can't even imagine what his lifestyle and his quality of life have been and are going to be. I feel bad for him. It's not him that I have an issue with at this point. Yes, he stole money. Yes, he may have done something else. Yes, he may have taken showers with his daughter. Yes, he may have done all those things. But I don't believe he was involved in the orchestration of trying to destroy America. See, I don't know, and at this point, we're not going to know. This all started with Robert Hur releasing the tapes, or somebody releasing the tapes of that interview, where you could tell the brain fog had overtaken him, but they left him in there. And so whoever had their hand up his butt and were, like Charlie McCarthy and making him do stuff, those are the people we need to find out who was doing all this stuff. Our world changed because of the so-called decisions that this man was making, and we can't prove that he made any of them. So this is where things are going to get squirrely. A couple more doctors here.
Just obviously incredibly respected. You believe that it is likely, just for those just tuning in, you believe it is likely, if this prostate cancer has spread to the bone, that he could have had it for up to a decade, but certainly it's likely. Would it be fair to say it's likely to have had this for at least several years?
Oh, more than several years. You don't get prostate cancer.
So again, I just want to stop you. So this is not speculation. If you have prostate cancer that is spread to the bone, then he's most certainly, you were saying, had it when he was president of the United States.
Oh yeah. He did not develop it in the last 100, 200 days. He had it while he was president. He probably had it at the start of his presidency in 2021. Yes, that I don't think there's any disagreement about that.
I have to say,
let that sink in. Let that sink in. And by the way, that Dr. Zeke has been on MSNBC and everything forever, pushing Democrat ideology. And now they're all backstroking and going, I didn't know, I didn't know anything about this. Oh, for him to be at this stage now means he had it years ago. There's no possible way it just showed up, unless there's something else they don't want to admit. You see, maybe, and this is still problematic for the Democrats. Maybe by taking a jab or 2 or 3, the boosters and everything else, maybe it accelerated things quicker. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But in any event, they covered everything up. Now you got to wonder, did he even take a jab? I can't believe him on anything now. Nothing. These people...
In my expertise as a urologist, prostate cancer like this doesn't come on just overnight. This happens over a long period of time. And typically you would see a PSA elevation, you would do a biopsy, and then you would do a treatment for the prostate cancer. Then after the prostate cancer is treated, it can actually get worse and spread to different parts of the body. And so it's very unlikely that someone could get annual checkups and not notice a PSA elevation over the past, but this is what I typically would see in a VA hospital where a patient hasn't had medical attention in 10 years, presents to an emergency room with bone pain, and then they find that it's metastatic prostate cancer. But in the modern age of medicine, especially the fact that he was a former president, he had intensive state-of-the-art, care where we can see prostate cancer, 10 years in the past. So
this is getting worse and worse and worse as doctors come out and speak. That's why they're going to have to subpoena his doctor, put him under oath, and let him tell everybody, number 1, what did you test? Number 2, who did you tell? See, the doctor is only going to do what he's told to do. So the doctor that I initially started this piece with, who was in charge of, basically getting out there and making the report, whoever got the report, those are the people who said, bury it. Don't put it on the database. Don't do anything with it. Who did that, sir? Who did you report the prostate cancer to 5 years ago? Who knew? Not speculatively, who specifically knew that Joe Biden was rotten from the inside? Who did you tell? And then what did they say to you every time every annual physical came through? And were you treating them for anything else that they didn't tell us? Because now you're going to have to start digging. I don't have prostate cancer. I've never known anybody who does have prostate cancer, but I don't think what we were seeing was just prostate cancer. I almost think there's something else going on, which you, I'm sure, believe as well. It's not. I'm going to show you somebody else who just came clean, or not clean, but announced that he has prostate cancer and maybe a couple months to live, but his mind is still functioning. So how did you see where I'm going with this?
This is, it's very unusual to hear that someone has prostate cancer where they're annually being followed up. And the fact that we just find it at a Gleason 9 is just pretty much unheard of in this day and age of medicine. Even in the, even in the inner city populations, we wouldn't see it.
So you're saying even in a medically neglected population.
All right, so right there is the chart. And he's already at the top. And what he's saying right now is even for people who didn't treat. Well, let him listen.
It would be surprising to have a surprise diagnosis with a Gleason score of 9. So you're saying that certainly as he was serving in the Oval Office, you believe that he knew that he had prostate cancer, and even potentially as he was running in 2020 before he assumed office?
Well, most likely he had prostate cancer for a long time, and aggressive prostate cancer such as this at age 80 grows over a long period of time. I mean, usually it takes from the first diagnosis of prostate cancer to spread would take 5 to 10 years.
Now, don't get me wrong. Again, I said I don't blame him as much. But let's say Joe Biden got prostate cancer in 2018. I don't believe that prostate cancer that early would be a reason not not to run for office. Except the disqualifying part is you got to disclose it. Let people make that decision. Don't wait until everything starts breaking and things start falling apart before now, oh, maybe I should tell them. No, and you still didn't tell them. Remember, none of this is coming out except for the fact that Robert Hur's tape broke and then the book is dropping Wednesday. And so they're trying to get out in front of it. It's too late. This bulldozer is coming for the Democrat Party and it's coming for the media. You lied to the American people. You should have came out with this before he even ran, back in the election. But you tried. You know what the ultimate plan was? Now you're seeing it. The ultimate plan was to get him across the finish line, even if it meant cheating or doing anything else. Get him across the finish line in November, get him to win, and then right about January 20th, January 25th, say, the doctors say I'm not in good health, so you know what? I'm just going to make Kamala the president. That was obviously the plan. And they couldn't do it because of the debate, which is amazing that they did the debate. And then they were scrambling because they didn't know what else to do. They couldn't have a primary because if they did a primary, maybe some questions would have come out that Kamala was indeed in on the scam, which she obviously was at this point. Wow.
Even in the most aggressive form.
CBS News had a brief conversation with Frank Biden, one of President Biden's two younger brothers, and here's what he told us. He said, I'm incredibly proud of my brother. Selfishly, I will have him back to enjoy whatever time we have left.
What? See, you may think this is a newscast from this last couple of days. This news was from last year. She's reading the report. She put on the big liberal glasses to say whatever time we have left. He was already dying. He was already dying, and nobody thought otherwise to talk about. Whoa, wait, back up. What do you mean whatever time he has left? This is CBS, who, by the way, the president of CBS News just got the boot by Paramount. Don't know why. Maybe President Trump's legal suits against them, but they're full of crap. They're liars. All they do is lie. Lie.
He is a genuine hero. Country over self. It sounds corny in our cynical political environment, but he nor I are cynical. The goal remains the same: defeat Trump and continue the work that Joe has done. My hope is that our party rallies around this heroic act. We asked him whether he feels that his brother's overall health and vitality played a major role in this decision, and he says, in my humble opinion, absolutely. So a member of the president's family now confirming that the president's health was indeed a major factor in this decision, and calling his brother a hero for making the decision to pass the torch to Kamala Harris.
So, Nancy, sorry, can you clarify that the family is saying his health was or was not a factor?
He's saying that in his humble opinion, yes, the president's health and vitality played a considerable role in his decision. It's important to note, Frank Biden is not speaking for the family writ large. This was simply a conversation between CBS News and Frank Biden. Unclear how much input he had in this decision, but he says that he believes that his brother's health did play a role, and he says that the goal remains the same: to defeat Donald Trump.
Well, that is notable because to date, the family, the White House, the establishment has rejected the premise that there was anything that was challenging the president's mental acuity or his health, and that all these accusations were baseless, that it was just age and a few, difficult nights like he had on the debate stage. So that is a change in message.
See, Margaret Brennan realized what was happening. Margaret Brennan was the lady in red who was the host, and she realized the reporter from the White House was giving out information she shouldn't be giving out. Hey, the family hadn't said this. They said he's, he's stepping away because, his age. Because then the follow-up question to everybody who heard her say that her brother said, however many, whatever time we have left, the rest of the reporters should have been like, well, he's old. What do you mean, whatever time he's left? What's wrong? Hey, is he stepping away from health reasons? Yeah, what's wrong? Nope. And then Margaret Brennan, clean up on aisle 5, please. Clean up on aisle 5. Oh, yeah, we can't. That's not really it. He's just old. They knew they were lying. There's so much video out there.
This is breaking news that came just about 2 hours ago, and it is now rippling through, television media, online. How are people consuming this? How is it reaching people?
And, I'm seeing some prostate cancer survivors, people who have lived with this disease, who have been through this, expressing support, both condolences, but also support and cheering Biden on as he faces this. The timing, Jessica, is just extraordinary. We know from the statement from his personal spokesman that Biden learned of the diagnosis on Friday. Well, what was the biggest Biden story on Friday? It was the release of those audio excerpts from his conversations with Robert Hur back in 2023. This was the audio.
Wow, what a coincidinky. What a coincidence. He just happened to learn about all of this on Friday at the same time that the Robert Hur thing came out, and just a couple days before the book. Wow. So many coincidences. That's what they're trying to say now. People are full of support and everything for him, and we just feel bad for him. Yeah, we feel bad for him, but we're coming for you. You're doing it again. They didn't even lose a step going from, what do we do, to let's keep lying.
That Axios obtained, almost certainly from the Trump administration, showing memory lapses. And you heard a lot of people on Friday talking about that audio being hard to hear, even excruciating to hear. Biden showing his age on those audio tapes that had never been heard by the public until now. So on the day that story was breaking, Biden was facing this personal news. At least that's according to the statement from his personal spokesman. So you have that as one element of the timing here. And then you have, as you and Paul just acknowledged, this book coming out, one of the biggest political books in several years. Take out our colleague Jake Tapper for a second. This book, no matter where it was coming from, was going to be a very big blockbuster book. And it just so happens two of the best reporters in Washington, Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, are the authors of it. It's already a bestseller based on the number of pre-orders. And so this book comes out in 2 days, but some of the excerpts have already come out, and it's reignited this debate in Washington and beyond within the Democratic Party about Biden, about whether he should have run for re-election at all. So it seems to me, Jessica, this debate doesn't end at all, but it is briefly put on pause as a result of today's news.
You were on the...
Huh? It's not being put on pause. You hope it would be put on pause. It ain't being put on pause. They don't know how to respond at this point to everything that's being talked about on X. They can't respond to what Trump may do at this point. This is so devastating to them. They don't even know where to turn. The book, the tapes, the diagnoses, everything is crushing them. Absolutely crushing them. I can't wait to see the next headline that says Republicans pounce, because that's coming as well, for sure. And I'm sorry, Jake and Vance Jones and some of these people, no refunds. This is on you.
Record in 2022, voicing concerns about Biden's age and ability. Whom do you blame for the decision of him to run for re-election and the decision to hide his declining abilities as much as they were able to?
Okay, let me just rephrase that question for you. Who do you blame for them hiding all this stuff as much as they were supposed to? How about holding up a flipping mirror? You are to blame. Every single one of you reporters, you're the ones who helped them hide it. Who are you going to blame? Each other. Now you're looking to put something on, say, hey, it wasn't me. Yeah, it's them.
Well, look, at the top end, you have to blame him because he made the decision. But he was, and your book reflects this in many different ways, he was shielded by a coterie of advisors and his family. They were in this confirmation bubble, and they tried to shield the world from his decline, and they tried to shield him from his own standing and his polling numbers and so on. And so at the end of the day, I have to point the finger at the people around him who didn't do him a service by encouraging him.
What about the people around you? You're sitting there with two of the grand conquistadors of enablement. They're sitting right next to you. I guess you're in a different room, but you got a split screen. How about you say, you guys, I want to blame. You should have called this out to the American people. But it's them, not me. I got nothing to do with it. Wait, seriously? Do we need to roll tape? Do we need to pull tape from the last year of hearing Axelrod and Van Jones and just about every person in liberal media talking about how great Biden was? We got the tape, that's for sure.
To continue, I think it was obvious to the public. It may not have been obvious to a lot of politicians. I actually think it was, but it wasn't politically. It wasn't politically wise in their judgment to speak out. But it was obvious to the American people.
Whoa. It wasn't politically wise to speak up. So what you're telling the American people is Republicans and Democrats both coddled, shied away from telling the truth because it wasn't politically wise. Why wasn't it politically wise? What were they afraid of? Who were they afraid of? It wasn't politically wise to call it out. There's a question to start asking some of these people in the Senate and the House. Why was it not politically wise for you to tell the truth? Man.
Before that debate, that the president was just too old. He would have been closer to 90 than 80 if he had won re-election, and he already was showing decline. So I blame the people around him because real loyalty, and it's hard when you work for President Jake to tell them hard truths, but real loyalty demanded that they say, Mr. President, it's just not there and it's not in your interest, and it's better for you, the country, and the Democratic Party if you leave now.
Van, I remember how emotional you were in the immediate moments after the June 27th, 2024 debate because of what you saw on the stage, and with all this new reporting coming out, and I should disclose that I gave both of you copies of the book so you would have a little bit more information. Do you feel like you were duped, Van? How do you feel?
First, this book is extraordinary. I don't care who you are, left, right, or otherwise. Anybody who cares about this country and about just the dynamics of power, this is the emperor's new clothes playing itself out in real time. Everybody knew, but everyone was afraid to say, except...
You hear this, mea culpa? You heard what he just said? Everybody knew. Really? Why now are you saying this? Because of Jake's book? You see, you have to understand the motivation. Now let's pile on him. It was bad. Everybody knew. If everybody knew, why didn't y'all say something? You just admitted on national television, everybody knew. But you kept it away from the American people because of political and media power. You know what that makes you? That's why I said earlier, I made the scum comment, because you just said y'all knew.
For David Axelrod for 2 years that something was wrong here. And so, I was shocked. I love Joe Biden. I don't like him. I love him. I got a chance to work with him when I was a part of the Obama administration and loved him more every day. I was shocked to see his condition when he came out, and so was the world. And that wasn't the first time he was in that condition. The book makes it very, very clear. There are people who knew and said nothing. And that is a crime against this republic. And I think the Democrats are going to pay for a long time for being a part of what is now being revealed to be a massive cover-up.
It's a crime. You just heard his words. It's a crime against America. And they haven't even touched on the actual crime. I just played to you, let me look at 14 minutes and 30 seconds of video from different people in the media, and not one person dared talk about the big crime. The huge crime. Yeah, he was sick and y'all lied. Got it. But you didn't even bother to go the next step and talk about the huge crime. President Trump is due out in the Rose Garden here any minute, so I'm going to hurry up and I'll finish on the other side as to what the big crime is. And I think you guys all know it at this point. But before we go there, I just want to play this next clip. Those of you who have been familiar with Dilbert and Scott Adams and the different things that he's written and how he's commented over the years, he had a very somber and sober revelation this morning on his show, and I just want to say I pray for Scott Adams just like I would pray for anybody else, including Joe Biden, that they don't have to suffer on their way out. Listen to what Scott Adams says here.
Some of you have already guessed, so this won't surprise you at all, but I have the same cancer that Joe Biden has. So I also have prostate cancer that has also spread to my bones. But I've had it longer than he's had it. Well, longer than he's admitted having it. So my life expectancy is maybe the summer. I expect to be checking out from this domain sometime this summer. Now.
Wow. Very, very, very sad. Very sad. I'm looking to see if people are walking out to do the press conference, and the bill signing. President Trump hasn't come out yet. Very sad. I mean, those of you who have read Dilbert and read the different things that Scott Adams has put out and have listened to his show for quite some time, it's very sad to hear that he's not going to be with us any longer than probably August. And that also means probably you're looking at about the same time probably for Joe Biden. So right now you've got the entirety of the media trying to do a cleanup, trying to pretend like everything is okay, we'll get through this type of thing, and they're not going to get through this. This cannot stand. I've got a whole bunch to talk to you about in terms of the real crime, but President Trump is probably going to walk out at any second, so I want to jump to that. And then after President Trump does that, we'll come back and let's outline the actual crime that Van Jones alluded to. He didn't go through the whole thing. Oh, it's a crime. Oh, it's a crime, all right. It's a crime of epic proportions, and the American people are going to have a say about it. All right, so let's take some comments because it's been a while, and I don't want to start something with President Trump getting ready to walk out. Again, what he's going to be signing today is a bill that's about. I think the actual name of it is the Take It Down Act. The Take It Down Act meaning if you post any sort of imagery, whether it's AI or real, that puts somebody in a sexual position, that whether or not you have the picture or you created it by AI, it is now going to be a crime to do so. Fully endorse that. No woman, no guy should have to go through that, where people are making pictures on AI. So let's see here. Don Henley did a great version of Everybody Knows. He thought he was talking about conservatives. Ironically, he describing his beloved libs to a T. Yeah, and if you guys know the song, Everybody Knows, I was going to include that tonight. Because when Leonard Cohen sings it, it's a fantastic song. Congratulations, Michael. Michael says, I beat it at 74 years old. Very nice. Let's see here. Yes, what's it here? Somebody goes, I had an allergic reaction, something I ate earlier. But it's actually, it looks worse than it is. It's just with the lights on, it's like, you know what I mean? So, otherwise, I would have a Band-Aid or something on it. So please excuse me. I could have skipped today. You want me to skip? Nah. I feel bad for Biden for his illness, but this country and people have been through hell and back. Absolutely. So, let's see here. We are never to wish ill to anyone. I feel badly for those who are sick. Absolutely, I completely agree with you. With the First Lady's bill with publication of putting up explicit photos of anyone without their permission, and I'm glad they did that. Every food short on YouTube, there's a female in a sexual position. Sometimes it's them doing it, so it doesn't stop. That's the one thing this thing doesn't stop. It doesn't stop the OnlyFans type where they're actually putting up their own content. This is just content that if somebody else puts it up without your permission. Can we put, let's see here, you're so funny. I'm allergic to strawberries, infect the rash all over my face. I eat just fine. Didn't know I have any allergies. It's been 21 years ago today that my dad died of cancer. Oh, God bless you. God bless you. Why would anyone believe that Biden has cancer? All the doctors that were, good point. Good point. I didn't even think of that. All the doctors that were talking said the jab was absolutely, good point. Since we haven't seen his records and he comes out and says he has it, wow, you just opened up a whole another can of worms. You just opened up another can of worms. Publish the records. Wow, didn't even think of that. So Biden has had this since he was Obama's VP. Looks like it. Looks like it. Looks like it very, very, very could be. Let's see. Good people choose to follow laws because they respect authority. Absolutely. So President Trump was supposed to come out at 3 o'clock. He's 10 minutes behind. They've got people on stage. So those of you who have watched me when I bring in feeds, just to let you know, I try to bring in 2 or 3 different feeds. And at the initial part of it, I try to see which one has the best sound and camera angle. And so while it's playing, you may see me jump back and forth to try to find. And it's often very good that I do so because one will drop or something, and then we won't be able to do different things. Wolf says, I did 35 radiation treatments for prostate cancer. I'm all good now. Congratulations. Very congratulations. All those close to Biden that knew should be ashamed of themselves. More so than ashamed. See, I haven't got to the crime part yet. This is all the, oh, it's too bad, and you knew and he knew, and now we got to talk about crimes. And I don't have time to get into it because President Trump is getting ready to come out. Let's see here. Bear, we all know you're doing your best. That's all we ask for you. Thank you very much. I never feel sad for anyone who supports those type of people. In addition, remember, this dude, I can't see if I talk about him letting in a couple million people, then I'm saying he knew what he was doing. All right, looks like it's about to start. Somebody's bringing out remarks out to the podium. Not yet. Let's see here. Does this make... That's the big question. That's where things are going to go. You can count on that's what's about to happen. Let's see here. Looks like the world leaders are all, I can't put that up, but I tend to believe you in that regard about the world leader. The cancer thing is a lie. They don't want him to testify. He's a liability. Man, there's so much stuff out there. There's so much out there, and the timing of it is what makes it most suspect. You get the drop of the tapes. You know the book is coming on Wednesday, and then today, or last night or whatever they did it. Oh yeah, by the way, he's got stage 99 for prostate cancer. So immediately everybody feels bad for the guy. We don't want to see that happen. And now you got people out there like Harry Sisson and other people. Oh, stop talking bad about Joe. And let everything go. I'm sorry, that's not how this works. Yeah, I know that's what you'd like to see happen. And the fact that they're now starting to vocalize that is telling you that's what they'd like to see happen. So Scott Bessent and Susie Wiles are taking their seat. waiting for President Trump to come out and take his seats. Not yet. Get your pew-pews ready in case. Well, I'm going to address that. I'm going to address that as soon as President Trump and Melania are done speaking, because I want you to be very aware of what I believe is coming. I can't tell you when. I don't know how long from now, but I do feel very strong at this point that what's about to happen or needs to happen, whether or not he does it or not, I think he has to do it. And that's go full, push all the chips in at this point. Because of, I'll get to it as soon as we can. It will turn into taboo to say anything Biden related. Yep, I believe that. I believe that as well. All right, so they're standing, which means they're probably playing. I doubt they're playing YMCA or Lee Greenwood. They're probably playing the president. That music, whatever. Let's see here. Is he coming out yet? And they're focusing on the door, so it must be coming. And here they come. We'll catch you on the other side.
To the White House. It's an honor to join you here today for the signing of the Take It Down Act, a national victory that will help parents and families protect children from online exploitation. This legislation is a powerful step forward in our efforts to ensure that every American, especially young people, can feel better protected from their image or identity being abused through non-consensual or intimate imagery of I and CII. Artificial intelligence and social media are the digital candy for the next generation. Sweet, addictive, and engineered to have an impact on the cognitive development of our children. But unlike sugar, these new technologies can be weaponized, shape beliefs, and sadly affect emotions and even be deadly. Over the past few months, I have met with brave survivors, deeply loving families, and caring advocates who know firsthand the emotional and psychological toll of and deepfake abuse. Alliston Berry stood boldly for change, despite the risk posed to her and her family by speaking out and making her voice heard. Alliston, your voice and the voices of so many like you made this bill a national priority. Many thanks to members of Congress, both parties, for passing this legislation, including Speaker Johnson, Senator Cruz, Senator Klobuchar, Congresswoman Salazar, Congresswoman Dean, and Congressman Guthrie, and so many more. Thank you all for coming together to prioritize people over politics. As First Lady, my Be Best initiative is focused on improving children's well-being, encouraging kindness, and creating a safer online environment for our youth. Today, I'm proud to say that the values of Be Best will be reflected in the law of the land. I want to thank my husband, President Trump, for standing with us on this effort. His signature on this new law is not where our work ends on this issue. Now we look to the Federal Trade Commission and the private sector to do their part. Today, through the Take It Down Act, we affirm that the well-being of our children is central to our future, of our families, and America. Now it is my pleasure to introduce the President. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Good job, sweetie. You want to sit down?
Yeah.
Send the gentleman. Nobody knew that. Great job. That was a great job. Well, I want to thank everybody. We just spent 2.5 hours talking to Vladimir Putin, and I think some progress has been made. It's a terrible situation going on over there. 5,000 young people every single week are being killed. So hopefully we did something. We also spoke to the heads of most of the European nations, and we're trying to get that whole thing wrapped up. What a shame that it ever started in the first place. But I want to thank Melania for your leadership in this very important issue. It's an amazing issue. America is blessed to have such a dedicated and compassionate First Lady. I would tell you she is very dedicated. In fact, if you look at just what I heard, Putin just said they respect your wife a lot. I said, what about me? No, they like Melania better. That wasn't good. I don't know if that was good. I'm okay with it. I'm okay. I also want to congratulate the First Lady in securing $25 million in the first fiscal year, 2026, budget to provide housing and support for youth transitioning out of the foster care. And I can say that she loves children, and you really worked very hard on this, and you had a lot of help from some friends of mine right here, and a lot of the senators are here and congressmen, and I appreciate you all being here. We're also grateful to be joined by people that are just in love with what we're doing. It's such an important situation, and commissioners of the Federal Trade Commission and the CEO of X, Linda Yaccarino. Where are you, Linda? Where are you, Linda? Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Stand up. Thank you, Linda. Great job. You're doing a great job. It's a big deal, right? That's great. Today, it's my honor to officially sign the Take It Down Act into law. It's a big thing, very important, so horrible what takes place. This will be the first ever federal law to combat the distribution of explicit, imaginary, posted without subjects' consent. They take horrible pictures, and I guess sometimes even make up the pictures, and they post it without consent or anything else. And very importantly, this includes for forgeries generated by artificial intelligence known as deepfakes. We've all heard about deepfakes. I have them all the time, but nobody does anything. I asked Pam, can you help me, Pam? She says, no, I'm too busy. Too busy doing other things. Don't worry, you'll survive. But a lot of people don't survive. That's true, and so horrible. With the rise of AI image generation, countless women have been harassed with deepfakes and other explicit images distributed against their will. This is the wrong, and it's just so horribly wrong. And it's a very abusive situation, like in some cases people have never seen before. And today we're making it totally illegal. Thank you. Upon hearing the stories of so many women affected, our First Lady made stopping these abuses a top priority, and she was given tremendous support because she'd go up to people and talk about it. They say, yeah, we know about it. We have the problem. Can we do something? And she did something about it with the help of a lot of the people, especially the political people sitting here today. Among Melania's guests in the gallery during my address to the joint session of Congress was a 15-year-old young person, Elliston Berry, whose image was turned into an illicit deepfake by a peer. Elliston, where are you? Are you around? Stand up, darling. That's fine. Beautiful. It's great. Thank you. You look fantastic. Elliston quickly became a powerful advocate committed to preventing other girls from suffering the same abuse. Elliston, we salute you and we thank you very much, and it's an honor to have you with us today. Great job you've done. Also with us are several other brave Americans whose lives were rocked by online harassment, including Francesca Manny, as well as a South Carolina State Representative, Brandon Guffey, and his family, who have lost their son to suicide after he was targeted in an internet extortion scam, of which you have a lot of them, a lot. I want to thank you both for your incredible work and to reach this important day. Could you stand up, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job. I've read about it. Thank you very much. It's a real honor to have you here, because there's no place like the White House, I found out. You know, you have a lot of places, and I just left some of the richest places, and we loved them, and they gave us a nice contribution of about $5 trillion, but this is a special place. Even they talk about it, so it's great to have everybody here. Under the law, I will sign in just a moment. Anyone who intentionally distributes explicit images without the subject's consent will face up to 3 years in prison. In addition, this law establishes new civil liabilities for online platforms that refuse to take these images down promptly upon request. We will not tolerate online sexual exploitation, and especially it's gone on at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's getting worse and worse, and I think this is going to hopefully stop it. And not easy to do. People talked about all sorts of First Amendment, Second Amendment. They talked about any amendment they could make up, and we got it through because of some very brave people, including some very brave politicians in the audience. I want to thank the bill sponsor, Senator Ted Cruz. Ted, stand up, please. Great. Great. Thank you, Ted. It's great. Very effective person. And Congresswoman Maria Salazar, friend of mine. Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much for their amazing work. And thanks also to the 99 senators and 408 members of Congress who voted in favor of the bill. Wow, I wish we could get that vote from other things. We have another bill coming up. Do you think we'll get that vote? Maybe not. We should, but we probably won't. But working with our First Lady, we've shown that bipartisanship is still possible. That's true. With 99 senators, that's incredible. Senators, stand up. Look at that. John, you're here. Look at all of the senators. This is big stuff. I'm in trouble because I don't have your names. They didn't give me these names. We have so many. We have half of the Senate here. Now they're all going to hate me because I can't introduce you. We don't have the time for that. I have to get back to Putin and people. But thank you very much for being here, all of you, and congressmen, a lot of them, and women. Working with our First Lady, though, we've shown that bipartisanship is possible. I mean, it's the first time I've seen such a level of bipartisanship, and it's a beautiful thing to do. I'm not even sure you realize, honey, you know, a lot of the Democrats and Republicans don't get along so well. You've made them get along, and she didn't even know about that. She didn't know we had a problem. She didn't know we had a problem. She got it. But I want to thank you, honey. You've done amazing that this was done when you started. And I said, I don't know, it sounds like a tough one, and yet a very important one, and you got it done. So I congratulate you, and I congratulate Ted, Maria, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, and we'll sign the bill. Thank you. Come on around. That's beautiful. Come on around. Hey, look at that. Thank you. I told you we'd get the bill. Thank you. You did it. We got him. You got it. Thank you. Your leadership. Yes. Of course, my pleasure. That's fantastic. Okay, you ready? Okay, you signing something? You want to sign it anyway? Come on, sign it anyway. She deserves to sign it. Okay, there we have it. There we are. That's a big one. Thank you very much, everyone. And you have some pens here. You most importantly, right? Yeah. grab one of them. Oh, look at these white pens. I've never seen that before. I want one of them. I've never seen it. Here, Pamela, take that. Take that. Thank you very much, Evan.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You go ahead.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. President, let me introduce you to Brandon, who lost his son, Gavin.
Let me get up.
Yes.
He's a state legislator in South Carolina. He's been incredibly brave. And his whole family. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats until the President and the First Lady has departed the Rose Garden. Thank you.
All right, so that was it. No questions. Just went right to it, which is fine with me because I don't know if you guys noticed, but a couple of those young ladies at the end, those were the actual people who had been that this act was put together for. Their faces and bodies were used on all kinds of illicit activity, and it's nice that things have changed for them. All right, so I'm going to get to the rest of the stuff that I want to get to. Let me just do this. What do I got here? All right, so we've got, in case you guys have not had a chance yet to see them or purchase them, actually you don't have to purchase them. This is the Trump Red Knife. And if you're, oh, you know what? I always forget to put that on. And so let me just go ahead and put that on so you guys can see from a real knife connoisseur what exactly is going on. So wait a minute. Let me just make sure I got this all queued up in the right place so I don't lose my place. And here we go. Oh, wrong button.
Fanfare family. I'm B. Michael Nace, one of the members of Barry Cunningham's channel. One of the things Barry advertises on his channel is the Trump knife. But Barry doesn't really get so much justice because Barry apparently is not the knife guy that I am. I've got thousands of knives around my house. But this knife is really awesome. One, check this out. This is a power-assisted folding knife with a liner lock, a glass breaker at the tip, the liner lock in the middle, so it won't close on you until you push the liner lock in the middle. Push it and it will fold. This knife is actually quite awesome. And I'm a knife collector. I've been collecting knives for 30 years. This is an amazing knife, and you can get it BarryKnife.com, Barry Cunningham. He can tell you how to get it. I want you to push it to his channel, fanfare.com. This knife is amazing. It's sharp. It's heavy duty. As a matter of fact, it's almost too heavy to carry in a pocket. You'd have to put it on your belt or whatever, but it's a heavy duty knife, and it's really nice. So Barry, to you, one of your family members, B. Michael Nace from Fanfare, amazing knife.
Oh, he was exactly right. I am not a knife guy. I am more of the pew-pew type. But this is the Trump Red Knife. And as he showed it to you, this is it. And let me open it carefully because it's very sharp. It's got some weight to it, very strong. And you can tell by my hands it's a big knife. so it's not some little tinsy knife or anything. Very sharp. Let me close it before I cut myself, because I never realized how he did that flippy up thing, but he was good at that. And as he said, it's got the glass breaker on the tip, and it also has the seatbelt cutter in case you need to cut a seatbelt. So if you want this knife, guess what? It's free. Yep, I didn't say it was going to cost you anything. It is absolutely free. It retails for $70, but right now if you go to berryknife.com or go to the QR code here, you can have this knife merely for the shipping cost. The shipping cost, I believe, is like $12-13. That's it. Just pay shipping because of the weight of it. It's so heavy. If you pay the shipping, you're going to get that knife for free. They're just doing it because of part of the Fanfare family here. I have partnered up with Patriot Addicts. So if you want that knife, go ahead and click on the QR code right over here or go to berryknife.com and you can pick it up. Again, berryknife.com. It regularly sells for $70 and you can get it for $13 or so in terms of the shipping costs. So let's finish up with the Biden stuff here. The Biden stuff, Van Jones alluded to it. Van Jones started talking about it's a crime. It's a crime against America. But he didn't go further, and no one in the media is going further on this, where they should be going. You see, at this point, and everyone is talking about it on X, if he's had prostate cancer for a long period of time, one of the problems that everybody is now understanding is that just about everything that was done during the Biden administration was done by this thing called the auto pen. There is absolutely no debunking. There is no, you can't backtrack from it. It's the absolute truth. The auto pen was used for just about every single edict, order, executive, everything he did. Pardon, all of it. That being said, if everything was used by, or everything he did was based upon the auto pen, there was only one item that people can find that he actually signed with his own hand. And that one item was his pardon for his son, Hunter. Nothing else was signed with an original signature. So, at this point, the crime that Van Jones is talking about is probably much, much, much bigger. Everything from signing to put Ketanji Brown Jackson into the White House, nope, no signature. To opening the borders, nope, no signature. Every single thing was done by AutoPen. So the question is, who was running the country? See, the media is going to backtrack from this, and I was waiting to see if they were going to bring it up at the press conference, and nobody brought it up. Like, that should be something people should be right all over. Well, it seems like the only people who are all over it are people on the right. The left doesn't want to know anything about it. This was from Eric Metaxas. They never thought they would get caught. Absolutely true. They crippled Trump's first term, did that to the election, because I can't say it, and installed a puppet president as they destroyed the nation. We will find out who they are, and we will bring them to justice by God's grace. Stay tuned. That's the problem right now. That explains where this is going. And so now you've got to let your mind begin to understand the sheer depth, the breadth of everything that's happened over the last 4 years, 4.5 years. Every document signed, every edict, every executive order. If he didn't know he was signing them, then they cannot be valid. Let's see here. Well, we got this one. And of course, they know it. Breaking. The Democrats are now demanding that President Trump and the DOJ shut down all investigations. Don't even talk about this, including the probe into the auto pen pardons against Joe Biden, his family, and his administration, after it was revealed that Biden has cancer. Don't even look. You're not allowed to look, says Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and Adam Schiff. These people are freaking out right now. Now that they came clean or whatever and said that Biden has prostate cancer and he's probably had it for years, all of this now becomes in question. And the media's not talking about it. Everything is now in question. I like what Jack Posobiec said here. This is something people need to understand. Only a president can sign a commission officially nominating a Supreme Court justice. Not a staffer, not an autopen, a president with full mental capacity. Ketanji Jackson, you're on the clock. Now it's time to see if we can't get her off that court. When I'm telling you what has been revealed in the last 24 to 48 hours is seismic, I'm understating how seismic it really is. This could rip apart this country depending on where things go. And I'm going to tell you why in a second because, oh my gosh. This is from Newt Gingrich. There is no way Biden reviewed the thousands of pardons that were signed by AutoPen in one day. He granted 2,490 commutations. 2,490 signatures. Not by Biden, but by the AutoPen. On another day, he granted 1,500 other ones, so nearly 4,000 commutations, pardons, before Biden and Clinton held the record for the most commutations in a single day, 177. So you're telling me that Joe Biden did 2,500 one day and then 1,500 the next day. 4,000? Can you imagine bringing President Biden into a hearing and going, okay, so here it looks like you signed these commutations for this guy and this guy. And then just figure it out just by asking him questions. You know what he's going to say? I don't remember. What do you mean you don't remember? Who else was in the room? Let's ask them if they remember. I don't remember who else was in the room. Oh, you got to be kidding me now, Joe. Give me something to work with. Well, I don't recall. Whatever. You don't recall anybody else in the room, but you signed 2,500 of these. Yes. This isn't your signature. Oh, I did the AutoPen. How does the AutoPen work? Huh? How does the AutoPen work? Where is it? What room in the White House is it that allows you to sign all these things? Are you pushing a button? Show us how it works. You just said you signed them all, or you had the AutoPen do it. Who did you tell to do it? Can you see now the questions that he would be asked? He has no concept of, no possible way of being able to answer these questions. Democrats are screwed. Absolutely screwed. Mark Mitchell posted this from Rasmussen. Democrats are calling for sympathy this morning. 71% of Democrats also want to throw Elon Musk in prison for essentially nothing. So you're asking us to just stop going after Biden. Forget Biden. No one's going after Biden. He's one foot in the grave. We want all these other people that were a result of what he supposedly did. I don't care what Biden does anymore. And you're gonna, hopefully you're starting to see, yeah, this is getting really bad. The deeper you go. Shipwrecked. All the POTUS doctor reports over the last 4 years are public record. We should revisit those now. They are purposeful disinformation meant to mislead the public. Who lied? Who signed these reports? The Democrat Party is unworthy of the voters' trust. Every Democrat House candidate in 2026 needs to be forced to condemn what Biden did in this regard or say that they agreed with it. Well, in order for that to happen, the media has to ask the questions, which they're not. They're not touching any of this stuff. What's this one say? All right, so let me just tell you something that you can sink your teeth into and begin thinking, because this is where it's headed, and why I say we're going to need the military, and President Trump is going to have to do what he has to do. I want you to picture a scenario where all these newcomers were let in the country. Whatever million you want to put, 15, 20, whatever million that you think got in here. And now he's going to have to get those out. Now I want to ask you, every person that was installed in any position in the country, in government. And every order that they made for 4 years that's on the books has to be looked at and possibly rescinded. I don't know if there's even anything in our Constitution that allows those things to be rescinded. They're going to have to be constitutional scholars that have come out and say, oh no, you can't do this. Even if it was fraudulent, as you've been finding out, there's little things that can be done about fraudulent activity. The founders didn't expect this. They didn't expect that you would install a puppet. So, in that regard, the military is the only way. The military is going to have to be called upon, whether you like it or not, to basically take over the government. And I know some of you are like, Barry, you're crazy. How's it going to get fixed? If the courts don't allow certain things, but those judges were nominated by Joe Biden, we don't have time for acts of Congress. We don't have time to go through and impeach each one. You're going to have to take control of that. Hey, this guy was nominated by Biden. You got a signature? Nope. Step off. You won't leave? Okay. Here's what's going to happen. There's no process for this. We are in complete never land. I want you to think about that. And it sounds far-fetched, but how do you fix a cancer in the country? How do you fix what they've done to infiltrate the government? And they've installed all these people, agency people, judges, prosecutors, governors, all these people who've just been installed for one way or another. U.S. attorneys, not governors. Governors are elected by the state if it's a true election. All the different executive orders, everything that Biden supposedly signed now is in question. And we don't have time to go through them one after the other and then go through some sort of court system. If this guy's off his rocker and he never signed them, you're going to have to rescind them. And if you rescind them, all hell's going to break loose. And if that happens, how are you going to put order back on the street? Suspending habeas is one part of it. What's the other part when you have to start dragging judges out of courtrooms? How about if you have to start dragging people from the media away from their stations? Barry, you're talking crazy. No, okay. You tell me how we fix what they've done in 4 years going through some process that's never been identified. I'm all ears. The one thing that the Constitution did put in place is martial law. The one thing that is in place, or second thing, is suspending habeas. Nobody knew that Norm Eisen and all these people were going to do 200-300 lawsuits and try to slow things down with judges that were appointed that nobody knew how they got appointed. You can yourself start looking back and go look at Bo Asberg and Merchant and look, just start digging. When were they appointed? Who put them in there? How were they sworn in? Did Biden sign something with an auto pen that allowed him to do this? The whole impeachment stuff that they did. Liz Cheney, Kinzinger, it's all BS. If this man was off his rocker, as we saw, see, none of this is new to you. Every single thing I'm saying, you've seen it. You questioned it. You're like, our president needs a drool cup. Well, if our president needs a drool cup and he installed people to do different things, like give, what's his name, Strzok $1 million and Lisa Page $1 million to keep them to shut up, if all this stuff happened and it was based upon orders from people who shouldn't have been there, how do you fix it? I'm all ears. I had one of my law enforcement buddies. I asked him, am I off my rocker before I go this? And here's what he said to me. I'm going to read you just the statement he read. He goes, I've said this before. He goes, the second American Revolution is now underway. The question is, do the people have the resolve to fight through it? So the question is to you. Now with what you're seeing, and you're seeing they're already covering things up, and you know this stuff was done by Autopen and it's invalid, how do we avoid the Second American Revolution? And then, are you ready for the Second American Revolution, or are you just going to stand by and go, I hope everything works out? Remember, we're in totally uncharted territory here. That's why I tell people to buy gold. I've been telling people for a while, I don't know how this is going to end. But if you show up tonight at tonight's show, if you don't think I'm completely off my rocker, I'm going to show you some of the stuff President Trump has been posting. He's letting you know. Is there one of them I can show that won't get me in trouble? Let me just see if I can post one of the things that he's put up. Because if I can post this one thing that he put up, it's going to give you a great indication as to... I can't put that one up. Where is it? Yeah, some of the stuff you can't put up because they don't want you to see it. Why don't you guys want me to show it? Why can't I show it? Why do the American people have to not post or talk about what the President of the United States is saying? It's very, very weird. Let's see. Oh, this might be it. Okay, yeah. Let me ask you a question. Why would the president post this? See, it varies off his rocker, which is an easy thing to say. Then you have to tell me why the President of the United States would post this. All roads lead to Obama. But that's not the big part. Read truth if you want public military tribunals. The President of the United States posted that. It's happening. Whether you like it, whether it scares you, people like Trump and probably Stephen Miller are saying, there's no other way. We got to rip this Band-Aid off hardcore. We need to take care of this. This is absolutely insane. Did this guy really run the country, or was there somebody else doing all of it and they just gave him some oatmeal and sat him in the corner and let him watch Golden Girls all day long? Remember, it was lid after lid after lid. He was done for the day at 10 o'clock. Who was running the country? Who was signing all these things? Oh yeah, here's a new law. Here's a new executive order. What if you find out that none of it was him? That we never had a president for a better half of 4 years. That other people in the shadows were actually running all this stuff. How would you feel? And now if you're Trump, how do you fix it? Uncharted territory. You let me know. Yeah, I want public truth. Yeah, public ones. Trump is warning us of what is coming. I'm just bringing it out to you. I'm letting you see it. And I'm just sitting back and watching it going, President saying this? And no one in the media is asking, excuse me, Caroline, what exactly did the president mean about military tribunals being public? Nope, not a question. Not a single question. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? And it's not like that's ancient history. If you can see, here, let me just put it back over on this side again and move this comment. That's May 17th. That's literally 2 days ago. So over the weekend, President Trump was dropping these bombs, and you're telling me Monday today, hey, Taylor Swift, what? How are you guys not just jumping all over this? The President of the United States. First of all, here's what my question would be. Caroline, does the President of the United States run his own Truth Social account? That'd be the first question I ask, because maybe that some stupid staffer put it up. Does the President do it? Oh, so it was him. Yeah, it was him. And if it was him, the looking glass in play again. Yeah, I'm not making it up. I'm looking here in comments. I'm like, tell me the answer. If two things. One, what does it mean that he posted that? Because then you're like, oh, he was just kidding. Okay. Then 2, what's the alternative for fixing things? Because you've seen these court cases and what they want to do. If there's enough proofs to lead to a tribunal, then by all means, give it to him. Trump, after all, they gave it to him for 9 months, 9 and 10 years. Yeah, it's coming. Maximus, a law enforcement officer. It's happening now, people. We are changing all of our tactics to move forward with all of this. He's a law enforcement officer. He's telling you what they're doing in their barracks. I just read to you what a law enforcement officer sent me here in Florida. I'm getting these texts from people going, you see what's happening? I'm like, I see it. I just don't believe it. You know, what the hell's going on here? And I have a problem believing it because unless I hear it from guys like Maximus or my buddy up here, the media won't talk about it. And then we get the president just dropping bombs, boom, boom. I'm like, wait a second here. Are people paying attention to it? Probably not, because you can't hear it from anybody. Nobody wants to talk about it. We are in such a weird situation right now that it's scary for people to talk about. It's scary for people in the media to even mouth it. Certain places won't let you say it. And so people are like, no, it can't be real, can it? I don't know. What's your president saying? What is your president saying? Oh, he drops a video about Hillary Clinton's body count? Out of nowhere? Why in the hell would he? See, when you start asking yourself questions, why would he and why aren't they? None of it makes sense. And then you have to pivot to the guy who you voted in. Is like, he's doing this. And I'm going to show you some more tonight. Whew, yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So, yeah, the storm is going to get bigger. I think he's almost thinking at this point, I'm letting you guys do something. You better do it before you make me have to do it. Do something. It's getting crazy. So I don't want to keep you guys here for 4 hours, but I want to show you this. Maybe this will give you a little bit more insight. It's only about a minute and a half long. Listen to this. This was this morning.
Oh, no, you don't. Speaking of Joe Biden, sir, do you have any thoughts on his diagnosis?
Yeah, look, I mean, first of all, of course, we wish the best for the former president's health. And, you know, it sounds pretty serious, but hopefully he makes the right recovery. Like, I will say, whether the right time to have this conversation is now or at some point in the future, we really do need to be honest about whether the former president was capable of doing the job. And that's no, you know, that you can separate the desire for him to have the right health outcome with the recognition that whether it was doctors or whether there were staffers around the former president, I don't think he was able to do a good job for the American people. And that's not politics. That's not because I disagreed with him on policy. That's because I don't think that he was in good enough health. In some ways, I blame him less than I blame the people around him. And why didn't the American people have a better sense of his health picture? Why didn't the American people have more accurate information about what he was actually dealing with? This is serious stuff. And this is the guy who carries around the nuclear football for the world's largest nuclear arsenal. This is not child's play, and we can pray for good health, but also recognize that if you're not in good enough health to do the job, you shouldn't be doing the job. Okay. Thank you, guys. Have a safe trip. See ya. You too.
All right, so that's the vice president of the United States. And the vice president's like, yeah, you guys were asking the wrong question. The right question is, who was doing the job? So now as you start putting these breadcrumbs together with Trump dropping this and pictures, now he didn't create the pictures. He took the pictures and said, oh, that was pretty good. Let me put this out. And J.D. Vance on a plane going, yeah, at some point, we got it. At some point. Nobody knows when the point is. But it's obviously being talked about behind the scenes. At some point, we're going to have to talk about this. You guys can run around with Jake Tapper's book and all this crap, but at some point, we're going to have to address this. We're going to have to dig in and see what's happened with the Russia hoax and the PP tapes and everything else and the hearings and the court filings. We're going to have to dig into this. And you guys have all been saying for so long you don't want to go after your political opponents, but now it wasn't my political opponent. What if it wasn't my political opponent? What if it was some people back there? You know, that place they call the deep state? Well, what did your president say about the deep state? I didn't say it. He said it. I'm going to obliterate the deep state. How do you obliterate the deep state if you have to keep appeasing the deep state? How do you obliterate the deep state when the deep state has put all these judges and politicians in your way? There's no way for you to, quote, obliterate the deep state unless you do something nuclear. Obliterate the deep state. You got to tear it down. You got to rip the Band-Aid off. You got to rip the scab off. You got to do whatever you need to do to fix it. As Dan Bongino would say, cutesy time is over. I'm going to steal that line from Dan since he's busy doing something else. Oh, by the way, Dan and Cash said something yesterday, and I think everybody missed the most important, in my opinion, the most important thing that they said during their interview, because I don't see it anywhere else. They just, Maria Bartiromo just kept going. You see, Cash, whether he likes it or not, gave himself a time frame. But listen to what Cash says right here, in case you missed this. Listen really closely to what he says.
We'll take the criticism, and it's rightfully so, that could we have done more in the past? Sure, people before us could have, but what we can do now is continue to put out the documents and the information that these people withheld from the American public. And I'm just telling you right now, as much as we know about Crossfire Hurricane, he and I just found out more last week, and we're continuing to work with Congress to put those documents out. That's how vindictive and vicious the former leadership structure here was. Not only did they bastardize the FISA process and lie to the American public, they withheld and hid documentation and put it in rooms where people weren't supposed to look. And it's a good thing we're here now to clean it up, and you're about to see a wave of transparency.
What do you mean?
Just give us about a week or two.
Okay. Noted. So with the holiday coming up and everything else, let's give them to like June 5th. You're on the clock, Cash. You're right. Just give us a week or two. Okay, what the hell does that mean? Most people say that doesn't mean nothing. It's just them talking again. All right. So with everything you've heard and everything you've seen from Trump, it's just everybody just talking. J.D. Vance, President Trump, Cash, Dan, everybody's just chirping, right? We don't have anything left to lose but our country. You know, people say, he couldn't go to martial law. That's just too far. It's a bridge too far. And what would happen if the Democrats get back in power? They won't. That's just it. If you obliterate the deep state, the Democrat Party goes with it. Their entire structure, from lawfare to election machines to movies to it all goes away. There won't be a Democrat Party. They can't steal any more money. USAID is closed. They can't function. And meanwhile, President Trump is flying around the country solidifying deals that you don't know about with some of these countries. The ones they're telling you is like, hey, yeah, we got like a gazillion and a trillion and a quadrillion and a gazillion. What are the deals he cut that you don't know about? I don't know. I could be wrong. I just never seen 8-9 fighters flying around with Air Force One. Never seen it. What you don't know is what I'm thinking could be where we're headed. He's got it available. He's got Pete Hegseth back there. He's got, it can happen. It's just I'm wondering if, when, because there's no other way. And if you see a different way, tell me. You can call me crazy. Tell me what the other way is to fix this country. And then when you say that, tell me the other way to obliterate the deep state. I'm just saying. We can even use the cancer analogy with what these people are going through. You don't take out a little bit of the cancer and leave the rest there. You have to excise the entire tumor. You have to take it out. And so the argument I hear from people over and over when they say the deep state, they'll just do it to you when you're... No, you're assuming it's still left there metastasizing. You have to root it out. I'm thinking long game. You're thinking 2 years from now. I'm thinking roll the trucks, pull them out of the courtrooms, do what you need to do, let people scream, turn off the switch. Don't let them broadcast. It's nuts. But I don't know. I want you to think about it, but I'm hearing from law enforcement people, it's a reality. And I also know that to obliterate the deep state, you can't play cutesy. You can't go to court after court after court and just, hopefully the judge says, ain't gonna work. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I'm wrong, I want you to start thinking and talking to people and say, what's the other solution? You tell me. You tell me. You look it up yourself and say, well, Barry's crazy. Here's what we could do. And when you say that, what you're going to do is put yourself right back into the graces of the deep state. Oh, we can go to court and we can get this politician that... Or we can have a hearing. None of that's obliterating. We've gone to an obliterating solution in the past. It was awful. I hope we never have to go to an obliterating position ever again. Do you, some of you guys older than me, or at least looked at history, do you remember the last time we went obliteration? Total annihilation? Just, hey, we're done with this. We're just gonna get rid of it. Think about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Theoretically. No one's dropping anything on people like that. And I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying metaphorically, we have to go nuclear. There's no other way. You want to end this? End it. Well, I could be wrong. But unless you can give me a different solution, I can't tell you. All right, so I want to talk to you about some nutrition things here that we're gonna go through. And this is something that RFK Jr. said that was pretty interesting as he was talking about microplastics in food. Robin's really big on getting microplastics. Meanwhile, I sit here and drink out of plastic cups, but she's all in it.
Microplastics and chemicals from food production assembly lines and packaging don't only end up in our food. They also contaminate our soil, our water, our oceans. And from there, they re-enter the food supply. A recent study from the University of Oregon found microplastics in 99% of the seafood samples. No wonder microplastics have been found in samples of human tissue, in the brain, the liver, the kidney, the colon, the placentas, and testicles. We don't know the effects of microplastics in the human body, but we have disturbing studies that link microplastics to cancer, to dementia, and reproductive problems. Those societal costs are borne by the public rather than those producers who expose us to those chemicals, not out of malice, but for their own economic survival. This is a market failure. It requires companies operating in this space to ignore social costs in order to prevail in a market. The Trump administration will work to rationalize the marketplace so that every actor will be able to do good for us and do well for themselves. We can incentivize industry to invest in sustainable packaging solutions that are non-toxic, recyclable, compostable, and to develop regulations that prevent new harmful chemicals from entering the market and break the cycle of toxic exposure.
You see, I feel personally that the nutrition stuff is part of all of this. I feel as though the nutrition, again, all these microplastics and the stuff that he's trying to root out from food that they put in food on purpose. They intentionally tried to hurt us. They intentionally tried to make it so that we would stay heavy. I mean, when you go to other countries, they don't eat like we do. it's kind of scary when you think all the different avenues that President Trump has to attack in order to fix things. And one of those is with food. So I had an interview with Kim Bright of Brightcore, and she talked about that as well. Hey everybody, I've got Kim Bright on again. You guys remember her. A couple weeks ago we had her on the show. She's the founder of Brightcore. She's been helping people get healthy, basically. It's all part of what she's in getting involved in MAHA. She's been doing it for 50 years, so I think she knows what she's talking about. Kim Bright, thank you for joining us today.
Great to be back. Thanks for having me, Barry.
Oh, always. Now, did you get a chance to watch the press conference a day or so ago when President Trump basically attacked the pharmaceutical companies? Do you think that perhaps now we can get away from being a drug-laden society?
Oh, yes. I was so excited to see him talking about that and what he's doing. And I think it's a brilliant move also that he brought it up now so he can get it into the big, beautiful bill that is going to pass, because who's going to say no to that? I mean, these Dems, if they want to get reelected, how are they going to, fight this? It was brilliant strategy on his part. He's such a strategist. So yes, I got very excited about hearing how he's going to reduce it down and how we're going to have, he's going to, whatever is the lowest price in any of the nations, we get. And I think that's incredible.
And you were exactly right. How can somebody basically be against something like this? And one of the people who've come out against it, I don't know if you've seen it today, is a senator from North Carolina. What an idiot, Tom Tillis, because he's bought and paid for by Big Pharma. So you start seeing these people who are getting all this money from Big Pharma. They're the ones who are going to try to say no. I just hope there's enough people up there who can get this through. And it's also going to probably take a lot of education to people to get them to know there's a better holistic approach to, in addition to cheaper drug prices, help their nutrition and healing by doing other things like supplementing their diet and their behavior. So how do you think you can change people in terms of, if you had a magic wand, how could you change people from their drug-dependent behavior?
Well, I think that's a great question. But before I answer that, Barry, I'd like to say, did you see President Trump talk about his good friend that was over in London that uses the fat drug, the fat jab, and he's asking him, what the hell? I'm over here and I'm paying $80 or whatever it was, and over there in the United States I'm paying $1,100. What's going on? And President Trump said, well, it's not working. And, and I was laughing so hard because, we've been trained in this country to, we want everything now. We want quick results, and drugs address symptoms and change them into another symptom. Mm-hmm. Even with the fat pills and the needle with the Ozempic or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. That stuff, it only goes on for so long. We've got to get back to what caused it. You've got to change what caused it. This is when you use drugs, you're addressing symptoms. That's Western medicine. Mm-hmm. And so in order to change it, you don't need a magic wand, Barry. What you need to decide that you want to learn what is causing this imbalance in my body. Mm-hmm. Why am I fat? Why am I obese? Why am I diabetic? Why am I having heart problems? Why am I having digestive issues? Why am I having all these things? That's the first question that has to be asked. And you then have to take some responsibility and start looking at labels, which I think is so wonderful that RFK Jr. and his incredible team that he's assembled, they are already taking out of our food supply some of these poisons and chemicals that the FDA has allowed for eons in our food supply. And, I think that the American public, they're very good people, trusting people. And they've been taught that you trust authority. And so most of us have gone along, and we thought that the FDA was there to protect us. We thought that these governmental agencies were there to protect us. And now it's kind of like the light is getting shown on everything. And it's like, no, this is not what's been happening. And so, we're going to have some muddy waters to get through, because we are clearing out the swamp, right? That's what President Trump's doing. So, we got a swamp in D.C. he's trying to clear out. We've got all these people, like you mentioned, Tillis, who's been paid off of, all these years, and we can name many others, I'm sure, in Congress and the Senate that have been, attached to the hip to big pharma. Times are changing, and now how we need to address things is we need to take more responsibility for our own health, and then they're actually going to do this at the FDA, start looking at what is supposed to be in food and what's not supposed to be in food. And, Bobby Kennedy Jr. said, I don't want to take away your choices, but you need to be informed, because then you know what? And I love this. The decision is going to ride with you people out there. You can decide to be sick. You can eat ultra processed foods. You can eat sugar all day long. You can eat all these chemicals. And then your result is going to be you're not feeling good. Or you can decide to take some responsibility and then look at your labels and start making better choices and understanding, and start asking questions like, how's my food grown? Where, are they growing it in bad soil? Or, these are kind of things that's the magic wand there.
I'm going to give you credit on something. I didn't know you. I had never talked to you. And we were talking about Brightcore, and we were talking about some of the products and holistic food supplementation, things of that nature. And you said something in our last interview. Interview lasted almost an hour. And you said something, and it stuck in my head. Talk about behavioral changes. And you said the best way to go to the supermarket is to shop on the outside perimeter of the store. And after I got done, I went out and talked to my wife. And I go, I just spoke to Kim, and Kim said this. And my wife just turned, because obviously she's the one that shops. She goes, that makes all the sense in the world. And since we talked, that's what she's been doing. She's just been shopping the outer perimeter. She's lost 9 pounds. I've lost 12 pounds.
Oh my goodness!
With no other changes. Doing the same regimen we'd been doing, getting in a pool, walking. But the only change we made was to stop going up and you go up and down the aisles to get your toilet papers and your stuff like that, your detergent. But the outside, anything that goes in our mouth is on the outside only. And it's amazing how much that has just by taking everything out. There's no cookies, there's no this, there's no that. It's just the stuff on the outside. And it took probably like 3 or 4 days for me to get used to it and how it affected everything and how I was feeling, because I had the cravings. And once those cravings went away, it's just like, wow, this is pretty good. You got more energy. You're going to the bathroom more regularly. Everything just seemed to be much better. So I just wanted to do hats off and tell you about that. So in addition, when the last time you were here, you were talking about all those poisons in our food. And even though I thought we were eating right, it just seemed as though a light bulb went off when we started, shopping that way. And so tell me about the bad diet and the big pharma consequences to how it's been devastating to Americans. And I think I know, because I just experienced the withdrawal, per se, the detox. And, why has the FDA allowed this pharmaceutical siege into our food system?
Well, again, it goes back to, I think the FDA was originally set up, with the right purpose to protect our health and to look at what went into foods and to approve things. But then, the Rockefellers got in there and they started funding, different areas, and then they had the petroleum products, and that's what makes the drugs. So you can see how it's all interwoven in together. Now, how's it affected us? They've poured all their petroleum-based chemicals that are in, the pesticides, the herbicides, which seep into our soil, and they've sprayed stuff in the air, so we're breathing it. It's in our waters. So we are being polluted for generations via all the things that we need as humans. We need oxygen, clean oxygen to breathe. We need clean water. We need clean food. And that's why I'm so, always saying, eat as much organic as you can. Get rid of those pesticides and herbicides, because people have a misconception, Barry, that they can just wash off those things from their vegetables. No, that's embedded in the actual food, and it's embedded in the soil. So it starts when that seed starts to sprout. it's filling up with chemicals. So we've got to get back to growing real food and having clean water and clean air, because all of this, the soil is where everything starts for what we need as our food. And our gut is where it starts for either our health or our sickness. When we eat incorrect foods, when we eat foods full of chemicals, what's happening is we're killing off our friendly, good bacteria in our gut. We're killing off the good guys in our gut, and we are allowing the pathogens that are there naturally, but need to be in a good balance, where the good guys are more than the bad guys. The molds, the yeast, the fungus, and all the parasites are growing, then we're aiding and abetting our own sickness and our own demise. And we are aging ourselves quicker, because our gut is where everything starts, and our gut affects every tissue, every cell. It affects our blood. It affects all our organs. So we not only need to change our diet from the outside, because no matter how clean we want to eat on the outside, we still have to eat fermented foods, which are the absolute best, to restore the good guys into our gut and put those back. It's kind of like, if you can think of fermented foods are the special ops. And the special ops guys come in, the Navy SEALs and the Green Beret, and they're going into these really bad areas, and they're going to kill off these bad guys, right? And that's what, when we eat fermented foods, that does it. But there is a king of fermented food that, with almost all my 50 years of research and everything, that I found to be the absolute best. And it's called kimchi. And it is cabbage that's been fermented with chilies and garlics and ginger, and it's been used in Korea for centuries. Why is this fermented food so special? Because it has the most unique probiotics of any fermented food in the world. And it is incredible that the effects that this specific food has on restoring health in our gut and restoring that balance and killing off the bad guys. So this is, an important aspect of why we want to restore that gut health with fermented food.
All right, Kim, big question for you. How do we solve our health problems at their root cause, and finding what is the root cause? How do you find out what those things are, and then how do you solve those problems?
Well, that's a great question, because everything does start at our root, which is our gut. And we want to take away the things that are causing problems there. So you've got to read labels. You've got to, look into all that. We have these increased rates of cancer, diabetes, obesity, cognitive disorders, and all of those can be traced back to our gut health. So we need to not include in our diet those things that are causing that, which is the ultra-processed foods, fast foods, chemically laden foods, and foods full of sugar, artificial colors, artificial flavors, all of those kind of things. Now, what happens is when we're ingesting those foods, we are imbalancing our gut microbiome, which is tipping the scales way out of hand. When we do that, the bad guys take over. The pathogens like, fungus, molds, yeast, parasites, they grow in our gut. We get the bloating, we get the gas. All this is byproduct mainly of our body's inability to digest our food, our body's inability to extract out the nutrients, because the bad guys are winning the war in our gut. The good guys are being reduced by our choices. So we have to work at getting that balance of that good and bad bacteria and pathogens back in.
Now, when do we, as people, you mentioned bloating and you mentioned gas. When do we notice that we're seeing the symptoms of an unhealthy gut?
Well, you'll see issues on your skin. You can have acne, you can have pimples, you can have psoriasis, eczema, things like this. You can have brain fog, where you can't think straight. Your energy level is lower. You don't sleep well. These critters, the bad guys, they're not so good and can disturb sleep. Digestive issues, as I said, with the bloating, your metabolism slows down. So all of a sudden, you're gaining weight, your body mass index is going up, your allergies are getting worse, or maybe you never had allergies and you now have allergies. You've got heart palpitations even can happen from gut issues. But most chronic diseases will start with gut dysfunction.
Well, you just mentioned a term that some people may not know. What is your body mass index? What is that?
Well, that is where you take the weight of what you are compared to how much fat you have on you.
Oh, okay.
And they make a measurement, and you know, a lot of people that are considered obese have, I think it's like they're 28 or 29% body mass index. So
Wow.
You've got to be lower than that. Most people are way above that.
Especially around your gut. A lot of people don't realize that.
Yes.
You know, if you have if you're carrying a lot of excess stuff around your stomach, that can cause a lot of problems in other areas of your body as well. So you
That's right.
really need to pay attention to, if anything else, you may have a fat butt, you may have fat legs, but if you see it accumulating around your gut, because you've seen people who are slender up top and then they go boom, that's not their problem. It's when you see the people with heavy gut stuff that they may want to be taking a look at. So you mentioned kimchi a little while ago from being from Korea. What makes kimchi such a powerful superfood?
Well, you know, the best thing that we can put in our gut to balance out those bad guys is like kimchi. I said the special superfood from Korea. It's a fermented food. It's the king of fermented food. And why is it so important? Because this food is pre-digested. That's what the power of fermented foods are. But this particular one is the super one of all the fermented foods because it has very unique probiotics. It has over 900 probiotics, which means the good guys. Probiotic means for life. You know, if you've taken a lot of antibiotics, which many people out there have done rounds and rounds of antibiotics, guess what? That's against life. That kills everything, the good and the bad guys. But the probiotics go in there, your special forces, those, you know, the Green Berets and the Navy SEALs, they go in there and they kill these guys. They search them out and kill them off. So what happens is that is restoring that balance to our gut. And kimchi is the #1 fermented food that can do that because of that. And it has live active enzymes. It's loaded with fiber, loaded with antioxidants and other nutrients. So it's such a valuable food for our gut health and balancing the bad guys out and putting the good guys in.
So it also is, I guess what you're saying is that it impacts our overall immunity as well, not just in terms of losing weight, but preventing other sicknesses from attacking us. Is that true?
That is so true because 70 to 80% of our immune system is in our gut. And so when we're not taking care of our gut, we are destroying our immune system. Our immune system can't work right if we have more bad guys than good guys in our gut. So that's where you start to see more sickness. You're, you know, constantly coughing. Everything's getting worse and worse and worse when those bad guys are multiplying. Your body is becoming very acidic, and disease thrives in acid blood and in the acidity in our body. So we want to get rid of that, and we want to balance the good guys out with that. Now, kimchi is also what they call antimicrobial. And what does that mean? That means it's antifungal, antibacterial, viral, and antiparasitic. So this is a very, very important thing. Now, the other thing I wanted to mention too is, Barry, have you ever heard of aflatoxins?
Alpha?
Okay.
No,
No,
never heard that one.
alpha toxins.
Okay.
Aflatoxins, excuse me. I'm thinking alpha and beta there. No, aflatoxins. What are these things? Aflatoxins are probably some of the most dangerous, toxic, harmful substance that you can put in your body, and everyone is consuming them without knowing. They are in our soil, they're in our air, they're in our water, but mainly they're in foodstuffs like corn or peanuts or tree nuts or spices and many other foods. They get on it. And what happens is when foods are harvested, let's say grains are harvested too early, they have too much moisture still in them. And so then where do they store these grains? They put them in silos that have very bad airflow. They're dark. And what happens when you put something that is a foodstuff in a dark place that and it has moisture, and then heat can come? Mold. Aflatoxins are from molds, and these specific aflatoxins are so dangerous to us because we don't even know they're existing when we're eating these foods, and we can have headaches, we can have nosebleeds, we can have rashes, coughing, dry eyes, red eyes, joint pain, muscle aches and pains. And all these things can become caused from these aflatoxins that we're eating on a daily basis and getting in the air. And so what I'm excited about is I found a study that proved that kimchi is such a powerful food. It's the only thing that they have found that if you use it in 3 days, it goes in, that's 72 hours, it goes in, it targets this aflatoxin B1 that is so dangerous to humans, and it kills it. It kills 81 to 82% of it off. How incredible is that? So if you've got all of these things going on and you don't know why you're feeling so bad, but you're consuming these foods every day, this could be your answer. This is your answer.
Now, I have a community that we've built on our channel, and it's predominantly elder people. I would say probably 70% of the people who watch our videos are probably 50 and older, and a good portion are 60 and older. How does kimchi help them? Because you figure people that age, and when I say that age, I'm that age, and a lot of people are on a bunch of different medications. They may have a heart medicine, they may be on a statin, they may be on some sort. There's so many pills that they're being pushed to and they're taking, and kimchi being organic, I don't know if I want to say organic, but it's real. Well, number one, is it organic? It's an organic. Is it a fruit or vegetable or root?
It's cabbage. It's cabbage, chilies, garlic, ginger. And what we've done is we've been able to contain all those benefits of that fermented food. And it's fermented. And we've been able to maintain that through a cold processing. So that's available to them. And the most important thing that they can do to try and get off of these drugs, because again, they're in that whole machinery, that whole system where they go to the doctor, they've got a headache, they've got allergies, they don't sleep well, they don't do this. Well, the doctor doesn't say, fix your gut, eat some kimchi. What does he do? He gets out his script pad and he writes you a prescription and he goes, here, go do that. Well, that drug is going to change the symptom that they're feeling that day into another symptom. Well, then next week, next month, they come back. Well, now I got a crickety crock in my rickety rock. And they take out the pad again and, well, take this drug. And so it goes. How do you unwind all that?
Yes.
You go back to not addressing the symptom. You go back to what caused it in the first place. Why did you have that first symptom? Why did you get the rickety rack in your crickety crack? Okay, so the whole thing here is go and start taking care of your gut. And this is the most easy way to do it because we've been able to put it in a capsule so you don't have to smell it. You don't have to taste it. And yet you are going to provide your gut for the first time, maybe, with these unique probiotics that are going to go in and start winning the war in your gut. And because, like I said, the gut affects everything in your body, every single cell, every single organ, you're going to start feeling a difference. Just like you changed your diet by only eating in the perimeter of the grocery store. Well, when you start taking the kimchi, your body's really going to feel it because you're getting a fermented food that is so powerful that it can kill that aflatoxin that I talked about that nothing else can touch. 81 to 82% of it, that could be their problems, is they've been eating foods filled with aflatoxins. And so this is so important for them to go in and try to heal that gut because little by little they can get off of those medications because their body's going, where everything starts, the health or the sickness, is in the gut.
If you're a relatively healthy person, is there anything adverse for an older person to begin eating kimchi?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not, because we all need to promote that health in our gut, the good guys. We all are exposed to pollution in the air, pollution in our water, pollution just in life, and we just, it's surrounding us. So we constantly have to support our gut. It is so important. And I really want to talk about this study that was done on obesity. And whether you're obese or not obese, kimchi affects you in a very positive way. With the obesity study that they did, it showed that it was a 12-week study, people from age 20 to 65, and they all had reduced body mass index. That's what they measured. And they also had better bowel movements after that. They had their digestive system worked better. Their metabolic system kicked in. And people that aren't obese are still wanting good digestion. They're wanting good absorption. They want this study even showed that their triglycerides reduced. Their bad cholesterol went down. So people want that. I mean, even if you're not obese, people might have problems with that.
Right.
So, and it really had an impact on people with their skin and hair. So even if you're not overweight, you want better skin, you want better hair. It's important.
So in going through this study and you found what you think is going to work on people, did that inspire you to create your own product, Kimchi One?
Well, yes, that study, but moreover, the aflatoxins and everything, and just my own knowledge about how important the gut is, that's where it starts. Brightcore, that's our core. We want a bright core. We don't want a dirty, dark, filled with parasitic core and molds and yeast. So no, we wanted to give people something that is going to clean that core up, that puts them on a good path for their health. And that's why we wanted to design a product that people didn't have to smell, they didn't have to taste, and it was in a capsule. And so this provides them the convenience, because remember, we're just getting constant bombardment with bad things, and we need to eat this fermented food on a daily basis. And we knew people aren't going to eat kimchi on a daily basis, but they'll take 2 or 3 capsules every day to make them feel good. So that was really the reason, these are many reasons why we designed Kimchi One for people to be able to have on a daily basis.
So Kimchi One is in a capsule. If you wanted to make your own kimchi, you could actually do it and cook it and season it and everything you want. Does the Kimchi One supplement also still retain all the nutrition of what would be fresh kimchi?
Oh, most definitely. We use a special cold processing methodology that makes this food stay with its live enzymes, 900 plus probiotics, those unique strains, and the fiber, the antioxidants, and the other nutrients in there. So it is available to you. And again, fermented foods are so important to take on a daily basis. So Kimchi One provides that for you. And I've got a couple of testimonials, if you'll allow me to read them, from people, that have had great results with the weight loss with the Kimchi One. Rebecca sent this in, and she said, Kimchi One is life-changing. And she put like 4 exclamation points after it. And she said, my daughter had a hard grapefruit-sized abdominal hernia with terrible pains every day for the last month. Grapefruit size, that's pretty big there, Barry. And she had to wear a hernia belt. On day 5, with her taking 3 kimchi daily, her pain is gone. This is 5 days later. The woman had a grapefruit size, abdominal hernia.
Wow.
So after 5 days of taking 3 kimchi daily, her pain is gone, no belt needed any longer, her gurgling has stopped, and the hernia is now soft, and it's tennis ball size.
Wow.
From grapefruit to tennis ball size. Now, she says, for myself, I've been on it 7 days and I've lost 4 pounds already. My food cravings are gone and I have so much more energy, and I am thrilled for this wonderful product. I'm never going to stop taking it. Faith said that she's been struggling with trying to lose weight for years. She tried everything. Nothing has worked until she found Kimchi One. My body feels less heavy and it's not bloated anymore. So these are great stories, and we've got so many more, but those are just a few.
I have a question. Is Kimchi One, your product, is it something that's maintenance or is it behavioral? You're going to want to keep, if it's working, you keep going, or you get to a certain point and you feel like your gut's healthy or not. What do you advise people should do, especially people who are older, once they begin taking Kimchi One, and how it's going to work in their gut?
Okay, if you're older, you need to be taking this every single day. Everybody is inundated, as I said, from sources that we can't control, that are feeding the bad guys in our gut on a daily basis. So it's how well do you want to feel? And you want to eat that fermented food. And if you're not going to make kimchi on your own, this is the convenient way for you to get it every single day and have it to keep your gut healthy. Because when you keep your gut healthy and those good guys are winning the war in your gut, then you have good health all over your body. And it really reflects in your hair, your skin, in your heart, your brain, it's just the way you can think, the way your energy levels. It all starts in the gut, or it all declines in the gut. So it's up to you. How good do you want to feel today?
So I have a question for you. Many of us know stay away from sugar. Sugar, sugar, sugar. Everyone knows sugar is bad. If you were sitting on my shoulder when I was walking around through the day, and you were in my kitchen, and you would say, stay away from that. Nope, don't touch that. What would Kim say in my shoulder that says, before you pick that up, understand how that's going to affect your gut? And because there's probably certain people like, I don't even know what I'm consuming that's going to cause an issue in my gut, and they just keep it. The worst thing you do is take something like kimchi and then keep feeding the problem. So, what should people obviously sugar, gluten, what else should people stay away from to keep a good gut health?
Fast foods, ultra processed foods, foods that are in the center of the store, like you found out. Eat fresh foods, eat fresh vegetables, because those are going to provide you more fiber. And guess what? That helps feed the good guys too. So stay away from those other things. Your body will change very quickly, as you've witnessed, Barry. And those cravings, especially when you start taking kimchi, you're going to notice within a day or two, your cravings are going away. You're not going to want to eat that crap, if I may, anymore. You're going to want to eat real food. So Kimchi One, as being a fermented food, is the powerhouse that you need to take on a daily basis. So even if you slide, even if you have that donut, or you have that cookie, or you have that, you stop by the fast food place once in a while, you can ensure yourself that you are providing your gut with those good guys, those ultra good guys from Kimchi One, that's going to keep you healthy.
One of the things about gut health, as well as any kind of health, that I try to tell people is you didn't get fat overnight. No. And to change that is going to require a behavioral commitment. You don't start being a professional football player when you wake up. You've got to train all the way through. And what you're saying basically is you have to train your gut to be healthy. And one of those things, like most of us can put protein in our body when we're working out, kimchi can be one of those supplements that helps you continue on that journey, because you're going to have to, and I think a lot of people have a problem, you have to behaviorally commit. You got to change, otherwise you won't be here. So
that's right.
I have one more question health-wise, and this just popped in my head. Inside of your gut, you've got your intestines, your stomach, your liver, your pancreas, all these different things. Is there any certain area of your gut that needs more attention than the other, or is it just the whole of the gut area is something we need to pay attention to, and kimchi can help with that?
Well, your gut starts in your mouth, so chew your food more.
Okay.
Because as we get older, we don't produce as much saliva, and saliva breaks down carbohydrates. So chew your food more, because the gut starts in our mouth, and it goes all the way down and exits out. And so We've got the majority of where our immune system lies is in our intestinal tract, in our gut. So we want to make sure to keep, especially when we're older, you don't want to get sick often. You don't want to get sick ever. And so, stay away from the hospitals and more drugs. The best thing you can do is discipline yourself to get a bottle of Kimchi One, have it right there every morning, and you take that every single day, and you are going to be improving your health so quickly. And take it every day. It is a food, and just include it in your daily regime, and it's going to make a huge difference in your life. You'll see.
Well, okay, thanks, Kim. But tell me, thanks for your time today. How can people get a hold of you for more information? And do you have any sort of special offer for the Fanfare family today to try Kimchi One?
Well, yes, for sure we do. Now, you can go to mybrightcore.com/Barry and use code Barry to get 25% off. Or you can call us directly, which we prefer because I'm an educator first. I love educating people on how to take care of themselves. So if you call 888-418-6738, we're going to give you up to 50% off. We're also going to include free shipping. And if you're one of the first 100 callers, we're also going to throw in a free bottle of vitamin D3 with your orders. So that's so important for your health as well. So call 888-418-6738 and make sure that this is the right fit for you, which I know it is, but call in and talk to our people and get that free shipping and up to 50% off. Again, that's 888-418-6738, Barry.
Kim, in closing, this has nothing to do with kimchi, or maybe it does. What would you like to see RFK Jr. and Maha do next?
I want them to really delve into looking at how our food's grown.
Okay.
I want them to work with the agricultural secretary and get our soils healthy again, just like we're talking about getting our soil healthy, which is our gut. We need to get our whole food supply healthier, and I also want them to look into the labeling. I really want people understanding when they pick up something in the store and they read that label, what's really in it. And then they can do a little research and find out what's my consequence if I decide to eat this. And that's what I want, more education coming from them, and in the form of labels, but also working together with agricultural secretaries. How can they clean up our food supply?
Well, Kim, thank you very much. Everybody, as you're listening to Kim and you heard what she said, go ahead. The information is going to be on the screen below. You can give her a call. Preferably, she likes to talk to people and give you some education as to how Kimchi One can actually help you with your gut health. Kim, thank you very much for coming on again today.
Thank you, Barry. It's always a joy.
Thank you.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, everybody. Thank you for sitting through and staying with us that period of time. I just want to let you guys know. I thank you very much and I hope that was informative. I like to bring on and partner with people that actually, you can use in life. And I want you to know, I actually use this. I mentioned earlier, this isn't part of a spot. I just wanted to prove to you, this is our Brightcore Field of Greens thing that we use, and it's which flavor is it? This is the strawberry lemonade, and this is what we use. Here, let me open it up so you can see it's not even like I actually use it. See, we actually use it. So everything that I talk to you about, I actually use them myself. As I've said, I want to feel better. I want to continue being here. I want to be here for my grandkids and the wife and the daughter as well. So if you choose to, fine. I encourage you to do whatever you need to do to better yourself, which includes financially, which is why I'm going to do the real estate thing. I had like almost 60% of people say, hey, do the real estate stuff. So we're going to do it. So President Trump announced that he's going to be doing an event tonight at 7 o'clock, which is fine. It coincides with my nighttime show. So I'll go ahead and cover that, and then we'll do some news. We'll do some music. If you don't like the music, just, hey, nothing I can tell you about it. We enjoy it. People are enjoying. I can't believe how many requests. It's almost like I'm an MTV VJ, because everyone's like, can you play this? And so I'm writing down all those music requests and see what I can find and fit them all in as well. I'm getting a lot of, I guess BLS Doom Crew is in here. He's like, you gotta go ahead and play Zach Wild, Black Label Society. I'm like, okay, all right, we'll try and do that as well. All right, so 7 o'clock tonight, we're going to get together. We're going to listen to President Trump. I believe what he's going to be doing is a press conference or something with the board of the Kennedy Center, which is perfect because the Kennedy Center is where they do all the entertainment events. So he's doing an entertainment event tonight, which is awesome. What the heck's going on here? I don't know. Hold on. I'm trying to refresh this page, and I can't refresh it, so I can do the super chats. So I hope. Looks like the stream is not messed up, but I'm having trouble with YouTube. Let me try and go back in here so I can get it, so I can do the super chats. So 7 o'clock, and what I'll do is I'll probably get some of the people who have performed at the Kennedy Center and see if we can find something we like we can all take a listen to. I think that'll be pretty cool. All right, so let me read super chats if there's any in here. Yeah, we got some in here, so we can go ahead and read this. Let me go ahead and get it formatted correctly so you guys can go eat dinner. I can go eat dinner, walk the dogs, kiss the wife, all that kind of fun stuff. All right, so what do we got here? Bingo. Okay, so I can do it in this window here and bring everybody in so you guys can see. Okay. All right, so this first one kind of got cut off as all the Democrat voters start noticing larger paychecks. Many will turn to Republicans and MAGA. This is a win for 2026 elections, indeed. Just another knucklehead tip jar. Thank you. FYI, I used Grok to respond about posting on X regarding which U.S. code covered illegal aliens. Pretty good summary. Yeah, Grok is probably the most legit AI I've seen. I guess I can say that. Starfleet Tech. My dad did not qualify for Medicaid because he had $2,000 in his bank account. In Georgia, a work requirement could disqualify people. Well, it can only disqualify. I mean, if you can work, you can work. So, Intrigue Tech. Barry, a boo-hoo towel is needed. Kathleen, thank you, Barry. As Wood, I was looking for a new hobby. I researched the Robinhood app, and my goal is to make my first trade by the weekend. Do your research and enjoy. Mama Mima, add Burna launcher. Burna, yeah, that's that non-lethal gun. Yeah, Burna is a non-lethal, exactly, non-lethal firearm. Pretty cool. I'll take a look at that. B. Jenkins, our son had awards today and made a high honor society and won Student of the Year for his 7th grade class. He loves helping others, so in his honor, please give this money to whoever needs it. His name is Tate. Congratulations, Tate. Awesome job, for sure. Ernest Walker, I bet the Biden family knew about it years ago, and they thought his presidency would be the culmination of his dream and his last hurrah. That's kind of scary. Mr. Mike, I wonder if they knew about Biden's diagnosis when he stepped down and had Kamala take over on the presidential race. They absolutely knew. Polio 45, I'm not buying it from Vice President. Then the President has not seen a doctor in over 12 years. When he had a mental checkup and a physical, none of them suggested. Yeah, right. You're right. Brian Newland, I am one ticked off human being. I look at the bigger picture. He had the nuclear codes for F's sakes. Cheese and... yeah. Tommy, how are you doing? Hope you're feeling better, brother. Let's have a great week. I hope Trump does the best thing for America. Suspend curfew and military law for a time. There is no other way. I mean, the more of you start doing your own research and start seeing, there really is no way to get rid of this rot that's in our government. Jeanette, Melania Trump is more class in her little finger than Joe Biden ever did. My daddy says so. Christina Mozart, thanks for all you do for bringing the news, good or bad. You can never know how much I appreciate it in the paths you have led me through. God bless you. Thank you. God bless America. It sure is convenient. Within a day of Joe being mentioned at the trial, he suddenly is, he's going away. Genesis, thank you. Ken Rascioli. One signature per minute would be 2,400 minutes or 40 hours. Wow. Talk about the auto pen. Or if he didn't use the auto pen, that's how long it would take. CR, plus he was probably on uppers and downers medication. Who knows what mentality he knew. Yeah, because sometimes he would come out screaming. Dr. Ed Cali, martial law is the only way to eradicate the corruption and save this republic. First, fire Bondi, Patel, and Bongino. Ed Sloan, that's why Big Mike is getting away from Obama. Maybe. Brian Newland, as a veteran, I'm ready to defend my country again until you know what to do us part. And I want you to know, I don't want it to happen. I'm just looking for an alternative. How could we possibly fix all the things that are bad if we don't rip the Band-Aid off and start over? Vincent, very love your show and believe you on track. You need to ponder, though, what better way Trump's birthday military already day in place to execute the order of habeas. Yeah. Hey, Tommy Ratcliffe again. I'll help entertain you all under martial law. I've got this video sound worked out with some new classic rock songs posted last night. More coming. I love your guitar work. Vincent, one more thing. That would give America a birthday present on his birthday, and military would keep the peace. Indeed. Tin Lee, where'd that go? Tin Lee. Now I hope people stop asking for the list. Heck, people on it may not even be in the deep state, may not even be alive, but they're pawns those deep state want to hold hostage. Exactly. Renee, thank you. Rick Williams, thank you. Vielka, they have to quiet him to to let it go away. Rick Williams, Barry, listen to a band named The Warning. Anything from the Pepsi Center to get you started. Okay. Rodney Lee, Sammy Hagar, Where Eagles Fly. Good song. Captain Danny Barrow, check out JJ Gray, Barry, awesome Florida music. Okay. And Mama Mima ordered my kimchi. You go, girl. Hope it helps you with your digestion and everything else. It's really good. All right, so it's 4:57. Yeah, I can play the after party because I give you guys time to talk if you guys want to hang out. Otherwise, I will see you right about 7 o'clock.